going to Juneteenth, for me, the biggest question is, what do we really own? I think it's important that we really understand the meaning of Juneteenth and why essentially we celebrate it. For a long time, I had to figure out, where we're going as a people as far as ownership. And I think we kind of have to get serious about it because, ownership is something that we pass down generations from now. So we really have to get serious about ownership. So as we go into this panel, we just want to talk to our guests. I'll let them introduce each other, but I just want us to think about that part of, what we're talking about as far as, ownership as we leave this place and we have this discussion. So my name is, once again, Joshua Barker, originally from New York. I've been here 8 years. What brought me here probably is a long story, but I'll give you the short version. This will be 9 years that my mother has passed, and a friend of mine brought me out here. My mother passed away at 66 years old. Exit 66 is the exit that I got off. And things just started to add up. As I drove in, as you were saying, brother, the view of the water was captivating to me, the river. So as I'm looking at the river, I'm like, this place is beautiful. And I was just looking at the historic buildings and everything that came with it. I seen people running. I was just amazed about how beautiful it was as I came into the city. So I was also captivated about the connection I felt to a part of Harrisburg called Allison Hill, which people was like, Allison Hill is terrible, but it reminded me of 1980s, 1990 Brooklyn, East New York, Brooklyn, where I'm from. And as I did more research, I understood that this place was a loving place that just needed some more love. And a lot of people here don't really appreciate Harrisburg. So as I dove into certain things, eventually I got my home, which was just left. God sent it to me because it was just left abandoned. I paid 50 grand for a huge home. And I was like, this is not real. So I got the place. I'm a contractor. I renovated it. And from that point on, man, it was just like, yo, this is a place I want to be. So that's kind of my story. I mean, we'll get into more of it, but I just want to introduce everybody and let them know, let you guys know, where we're going with this.
Ladies first.
Thank you. Yep, look at that. Ladies first. I need help turning the mic on. All right, my name is Dee Allen, and I'm the Executive Director of Thrive Housing Services, and we are an organization that is a nonprofit here in Harrisburg that houses homeless youth, young adults, and their families. We are involved in real estate a lot, but I'll let the rest of the guys introduce themselves. Just want to give you a little snippet of who I am.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ryan Sanders. Originally from Philadelphia. I'm a transplant up here since about 2006. I'm the owner of the 3T Construction Group and also RB Development. We're a full-service development firm that works on affordable projects all throughout the state and in New Jersey as well. We are working on impact projects specifically for supportive housing for seniors, veterans, and different individuals that are timing out of foster care, as Sister Dee spoke of. So thank you for coming out.
Make sure I got mine working too. Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for coming out to join us today. My name is Ronald Moss. I'm actually originally from Pittsburgh, so we're all kind of representing Pennsylvania to the fullest today. And my background is I'm actually trained as an architect, but run a construction company now out in New Jersey, but also representing the equity platforms here today as well. and we'll get probably more into discussion on the latest development that I'm helping spearhead, which is our equity land bank. And this is just a great opportunity to have a conversation to talk about our beginnings, our passion projects of like what we can pass on and carry on to the next generation, and I'm glad to be here.
So we're going to ask a number of questions, dive into some questions. I think at the end, I guess we'll have a question and answer period. So just wanted to touch some subjects that many people have may asked. So we'll start. I mean, whoever wants to answer first, we'll just go in order behind the questions. So, today's black families, they still just hold 1/8 the median wealth of white families. Only 44% of black households own their homes, and black-owned businesses represent just 2.5% of employer firms nationwide. These gaps are not accidental. They're the result of policies and systems that have blocked access to ownerships for generations. But change is possible, and it starts with us. So what do you guys think we can do to raise those numbers and see change in those subjects?
Want me to start? Okay, all right, I'll start off. I think the message and the kind of the thing that we're celebrating today, we're talking about today, is looking at change and taking action. I think the thought process is those type of statistics are staggering. Those type of statistics can have you really feeling down. But historically, we can look back at our history and see what we've overcome. You know what I mean? So this is just another challenge that we're built for. And I think that, just even our initial conversations this morning is we can do it together. And if we look at strategy, if we understand that everything around us, everything in this room is planned. Where those lights are laid out is detailed. Everything, the way the electric works, the way the sound system works, all that stuff is planned. And if we understand that the world around us is planned and we actually attack the problems that we face as with a plan, then we are already, that's the direction in which we would go to actually try to tackle that sort of thing.
Absolutely. To piggyback off of that, I think really having a spirit of collaboration as opposed of always being competitive amongst each other, and opportunities like these are what we really need to move things further. I think having a strategic plan around specifics. So if it's home ownership, we need to dig in a little bit further with that. If it's businesses, we need to collaborate with our African American chambers, the larger chambers, and we really need to pinpoint the areas of opportunity that are out there. There are all these disparity studies that have been done, and all these different talks of demand holding us back and so forth. But us as a collective, we are stronger together. A good buddy of mine who actually passed away out of Philadelphia, we were talking about, when I was, doing, smaller flips and rentals. He said, Ryan, there's a house on every block, so we can all get money, right? And that's the same through business, right? If there's 2 pizzerias on the block, you don't see them gang warring, right? They just serve whatever they serve, and they put out the best possible product. So ultimately, conversations like these, I think, is what can pull us together faster and for us to be able to elevate.
I think to add to what both of these gentlemen said, with our organization, we start from the bottom. So if we want to talk about generations and collaboration and working together, right now our youth and young adults are in a critical position to become the next homeowners, the next investors, the next people that own the construction company. And from our perspective, taking the opportunity to invest by leading by example, showing them what needs to be done to obtain the things that they need to change their generational not curse, but their generational legacy that has been passed down, but not has been a good legacy that's been passed down to them. So helping them from our perspective in the homeless situation, from foster care, now investing in them. First, you have to understand exactly who you are and where you came from. So once you get pride and you're able to now have confidence in the next steps that you're taking, now we can start building on the things that we need to now become a renter, now become a homeowner, now become an investor. So I think that from our perspective, we need to be role models at the top. So now when they're looking up to us and we're helping them and working with them in the community, they're able to see people that look like them, see people that struggle like them, see people that have been where they've been, whether you're from New York, Philly, or Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, that you can now have the confidence and support with the agencies and the people that are leading to now trust and be able to now work generationally for not only themselves, but for their kids and their kids' kids.
Thank you guys for that. Next question. Juneteenth is a reminder of emancipation, but also of the work still left to do. In your view, what does freedom through ownership mean in 2025, especially for the Black communities and historic disinvested neighborhoods? I'd like to really quick talk about that before I hand it over to you guys. I think Juneteenth in itself is just a reminder, but I truly believe, excuse me, I truly believe that we should just start, because a great friend of mine that passed away, Carl Singleton, me and him used to always have conversations about reparations. And at times we would go back and forth because, you know, one of his key points was talking about reparations, but I explained to him that the younger kids, they don't really care about that. They want to see what's ahead of them. They want to look forward. And, you know, it's our job to remind them, but they're in a space of, I want it now. I call them the microwave society. They want it now and quick. So reparations doesn't really appeal to them. And in saying that, we have to understand, I deal with youth a lot. I have a program that I train kids how to do flooring, painting. You know, I train them this stuff so they can understand that trades is another option besides college and things. A lot of kids have sports and entertainment, that's all they're thinking about. But, you know, training them about skill sets that they can take anywhere in the world and make money, that's something that nobody can take from them. So that's, for me, freedom. I can wake up in the morning and go make money anywhere, anyhow I want to with a skill set. You know, I owned a barbershop for 20-something years in New York. I wasn't a barber. They're like, how you own a barbershop and you don't cut hair? That's a boss. I can walk away from that as long as you build a system, teaching people how to build a system that you can walk away from and continue that system anywhere. That's being a boss. You don't have to be at that location to make money. So I learned that from people who have systems. So we have to understand we have to create systems that we can pass on. I could pass this system on to my children. They could pass that system on to their children. So learning ways we can create systems is so effective generationally, and we have to understand that that's a way for us to get freedom. So I want to come back to that question to you guys and speak about, you know, what do you feel about freedom?
I think to even piggyback off what you said earlier, it's about perspective in what freedom is, right? I think if we look at the world around us today, you know, there's a million different perspectives on what freedom actually looks like, what freedom really is. And I think the lens that we look at the world around us in will really help us through that, and seeing the, you know, the symbolism and you talked about the Exit 66 and, you know, that experience, and you saw the potential coming from a different environment of what could be there. You saw the beauty in where you're at. And I think a lot of times it's hard for us to step out of our day-to-day struggles and the day-to-day world that we live in and really see, but people from the outside will see the beauty sometimes in us, sometimes in the world around us. And I think that as the collective conversation that, you know, that we're trying to talk about is to find ways to show the value and show the assets that we all have and that at our fingertips, and then you see the beauty around us. Once you can change that perspective, that's a freedom, right? You're breaking a bondage that in one perspective you could be feeling oppressed, but when you're freeing your mind of that oppression and seeing that your built environment, that you can change it, that you're in control of it, that it's not up to someone else to and with that freedom is responsibility, right? This is your responsibility. I think one of the things that we are seeing is that there's responsibility to yourself and then responsibility to your community and your civic duty. And once you kind of put all those things together, that way I would say, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's one of the things that's the battery in our back. That's what's pushing us to fight through the different things, because we're fighting battles, but we're not fighting the same battles that other people have fought for us, right? So they've opened doors, they've kicked in doors, they've cracked doors, whatever, but we're just continuing a fight to change that perspective and now take another step to create and build these environments that people can have pride in and find their place, find their home, find their community. And I think those are all things that are emblematic of freedom. You know, that's historically, even with what we're celebrating with Juneteenth, is people finding their own. And when they had their own, that's when they were actually truly free.
I agree. Freedom through ownership is critically important. You know, you spoke about that word boss, and I really look at it as an opportunity to impact others throughout the community. There's a rapper, Nipsey Hussle, who passed away a number of years back, but he spoke on a term that is amazing called vertical integration, in which you can affect everything downstream. So us as real estate developers and owners and so forth, obviously, you know, we pay all the bills, but we also make the decisions on who else gets paid throughout the deal. And that's through all phases of the actual deal in itself. So that's the professional side, the non-professional side. Those are the realtors, the accountants. These are all of the 60 contractors that we utilized on the last project, all the way to the property management firm, all the way into the individuals that will be living in those particular apartments. So there is an opportunity through ownership that I think more of us need to take a look into. You know, it's not easy being the boss, obviously. Like, they'll tell you they're the last ones to get paid most of the time. But it is a fulfilling opportunity to be able to make decisions that create pathways in other people's lives for them to be able to get to the next level.
Freedom and ownership are two things that we talk about a lot in our program. We have kids that have been homeless since they were 10 throughout the foster care system, and now they come into our program with no vision. They come into our program with nothing. And so when they come into our program, we do an intake. We find out where they've been, where they're from, what they have been through in their life. And through that experience, we help them to understand that now you have the freedom to make the choices that you'd like to make. There's no foster parent, there's no system, there's no parent that may be absentee that is controlling your situation now, and you have the freedom to own what you want. So let's work on owning your life. Let's work on the opportunity to be free, to make decisions that you feel might be best for you. That you have a program now that's backing you and giving you an opportunity to live the life you want to live. We just bought a multi-unit on Kittatinny and 13th, and everybody's like, "Yo, D, we ain't going over there. Why you over there?" Like, what's it's in Allison Hill. It's not a good neighborhood. And I was like, I don't really care about the neighborhood. We can bring what we bring to the neighborhood and watch the neighborhood change. So before we got there, we planted the seeds of being free and ownership. All right, this is our building. We're going to act like we own it. We're going to mow the grass. We're going to make sure it's kept up. We're going to make sure we're visible because we want to be a part of the community. We're going to write a letter. This is what we do. This is who we are. Thank you for having us in your community. Now we belong to the community. Now the kids and the parents and the people that live there, we clean up our space. We engage with neighbors. The bus stop is on our corner. So at first, our staff didn't understand. D, we got to put up no trespassing. There's all these kids. No, it's a bus stop. We're part of the neighborhood. We should put a trash can so they can put their stuff in the trash. So now they're starting to invest in the things that we want them to see as taking pride in their community. One of the kids was sitting on our steps before we actually moved in. And when we were walking past, my maintenance guy was like, "Yo, these kids keep on throwing trash. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we should just tell them that they should go." So he was walking by. He was like, "But I'm not going to say nothing, though." And I was like, "All right, I'll say something." So we were walking by, and the kids were sitting there, and they were looking at me like just ice grilling, like, you know what I mean? "What you doing, miss? Like, why you looking at me?" And I was like, "I'm sorry, guys. Did I miss the party? Like, I see y'all got food and snacks and all these things. Like, did I miss the party?" And they're like, "No, miss, there was no party." And I was like, it just seemed like I was having fun, but y'all sitting on my steps, though. And they were like looking at me like to see what I was going to say next. I was like, "Y'all can sit here as long as you want to. Just take your trash with you." And I just walked away. And one of the girls walked up to me and was like, "Yo, miss, we thought you was going based on us. Like, tell us to get off the property. We don't want y'all here, all this stuff." And I was like, "No." I was like, "Why would I do that? Y'all not doing nothing. Y'all being respectful. Y'all called me miss," which I was floored. But, I was like, let's give them an opportunity. We're new in the community. Let's show them how people should be treated and addressed. I said, "But just take your trash with you. If you start to not take your trash, then you can't sit here." And I was like, "So I own this building on the block." So the young boy was like, "I own the block, miss." I said, "Good, we making money together." I said, but how? I said, "But how long is my money gonna last? Do I have to look over my shoulder?" I said, I don't have to look for anybody. I said, "We bought the building." I said, "We have investment in the property. Are you invested in the property, or are you right. I said, "How long are you going to be here? Because we're going to be here for a while." And he just looked at me. So now when I see him, he'd be like, "Yo, miss, I want to change my investment." I'll be like, "Okay, any day that you're ready." So it's just those opportunities of ownership. Yeah, you own, but I own too. And which way do you want to do it? How do you want to learn? Being an example, because I could have cussed them out like everybody else and told them get off our property, but I think that showing them you're free to pick what you want to pick. You're free to do what you want to do and own and invest where you should be owning and investing to now hand down to your generations, your kids, and the next people. So sorry, that was long-winded, but that was just, it's definitely something we see every day. And it's something just little as planting that seed by just saying hi to them and making sure that they feel invited and welcome.
Thank you for that. That kind of goes into our next question about, the biggest myths or misconceptions that keep communities from moving from participating to ownership. Real quick, what you said about our youth is something I think we really have to intensely think about. As I said, I work from ages 13 to probably 19, 20, and I call those the invisible people. We only see those kids when they do something wrong. We have to see them before that, and these kids feel ignored. And when we come into them, we come into them when there's something wrong. We have to come to them before that. and speak to them, speak life into them, because there's a lot they want to tell us, but they don't feel we're listening. So I think the ages of 13 to like, you know, those ages we really have to intensely pay attention to, because those kids feel ignored. And they're not hard to talk to once they really get to know you. And you can see the change in them as you talk to them more about simple things. You know, these kids just need attention. I see kids walking around in my neighborhood right now with nothing to do. They're not bad kids, but they have nothing to do. So an idle mind, you know, just going to do something. For the summer, it's hot. We got to be outside. So we have to give these kids positive things to do. And, you know, there's a lot of myths and misconceptions about our kids from these communities. These are bad kids. The good outweighs the bad. A lot of these kids are good kids. They just need something to do positive. And we have to understand that, you know, by giving them things positive, we'll keep them out of certain situations. So that comes to the question, you know, what are the biggest myths about our communities and, you know, those aspects?
From my perspective, I think it's what do you see when you see us, right? And they're talking about the kids wanting to be seen. And I don't know, I still think of myself, I'm old, but I feel like I think of myself as a big ass kid still. And I guess I've kind of always had to think of how people see me. I'm sitting now, but I'm pretty big, tall, you know what I mean? So there's a certain presence when I'm in a space with anybody that I'm aware of how they react to me. And the other part of it is that I think I'm very mindful of that growing up, there's a lot of people that saw potential in me that I'd maybe not have seen in myself. And now this is like where we're at now in life is my opportunity to pay it forward. And if I say for you all here, if you look to your left and you look to your right, really ask yourself, what do you see? You know what I mean? Do you see that the people around you, the people that are in your communities that are worth investing in? I think that's if you see the potential in your neighbor and you see the potential and even what the value is of them, that you want to invest in each person around you to be the best that they can be, and see that when you see them, you see potential. You know, you see greatness, you see excellence. You know, I mean, I see the pillars and the points of all the common message of, you know, what we're all here about is do you see it? And then are you able to help kind of push that framework forward?
I think it's just so much opportunity out there. My pastor would say it's impregnated with opportunity. One of the myths that we need to get away from, as we discussed from before, is the fact that Black people as a whole, we can do anything that we want to do, right? When you look at, you know, slavery, the Reconstruction era, industrialization, you know, what we're going through right now with AI and robotics, there is such an opportunity for us to be out here and be on the ownership side. And also for us to be very, very aggressive with the children right now. I'm very, very concerned with the lack of opportunity that's out there for them, specifically in our school system, and how we are training them for the jobs of the future. If we even know what those jobs are, right? If anybody tells you what's about to happen in the next 10 years, they're lying to you. With quantum computing and all of these other things, again, stated with robotics that are coming up, we have to make a clear decision on the direction in which we are going. I believe through workforce development and the trades, that is a great chance for us to be able to integrate and bring revenue to our children, right? Because a lot of the times when you're in the hood, you know, all we see is what we see a lot of the times. Maybe an abandoned building, somebody serving work. You know, if you can't be a basketball player, you're a football player. And we need to remove that mindset and get into other opportunities that are out there for us. When I speak to the children directly, I tell them exactly how much I'm paying union electricians. I tell them exactly how much I'm paying union plumbers, because they need to hear this money, right? If they don't hear that they can make $2,000 a week, they're going to get it from somewhere else, though. So I think it's really, really critical that we get aggressive with our children, right? We can get aggressive with anything else. If it was an Eagles or a Sixers game, we're gonna be right down there with our shirts and our memorabilia on. We need to take the same angst and provide that to our children, and I believe workforce development is one of the ways to do so.
I think that one of the myths is that we need to be ahead of the game. So as people, minorities, and younger people, it was funny because one of the kids said, "Yo, Miss D, how I'm supposed to save money when I'm supposed to have a new outfit every time I go out?" I was like, "Sweetie, I don't know who told you that, but you're never going to save no money that way. So maybe you switch it up. Shirts and jeans is different, maybe different pair of shoes, but you got to work with the things that you have." And I think that their mindset is always to work with more than what you have, to strive for more than what you have. But initially, you have to work with what you have to get more. And I think that the perception that is made is that, well, we're good. I got the Jordans, I got 75-inch TV, I've invested in those things. But those things that you're investing in are not giving you any return for the money that you're spending. So when you go to jail, all that stuff is gone. When your baby's dad comes home and now you have this double income and he goes back to jail, now all that stuff is gone. So the investment that they're making, the myth is, oh, I'm making investments, but not in things that are yielding you any return. So in the perspective of now home ownership and land banks and investing in these things, the opportunities are twisted for the mindsets of these kids, because what we show them as adults, oh, I got Gucci, I got Prada, I got this, I got that, the name brand, I ain't going out without looking fresh, without this and that. I went to my first meeting with no braids. I went to my first meeting with no, perm in my hair, to now represent myself in a different way because I invested in different things. So to be on this panel with these gentlemen, I worked hard to get here. As a young female looking and watching me, when I was invited for my first award over at Beehive, and I got to be on the panel with Ryan, and I got to be on the panel with Tark, I was like, oh my goodness, like, I strive for these days. I've invested my time. I've come from domestic violence families and all of the places where these young kids are at right now. And so every day I pour into them, like, look at where you can go, or look at where you can be. You can sit on a panel of people that you don't even know what they're talking about, but every day you're learning and fulfilling yourself, giving yourself an opportunity to, number one, be free, and now to have the tools in your toolbox to own where you want to go. So ownership, the myths, all these things are so important. But any of the kids, any of the young people, even the moms and dads of the families of these kids, we work with them as well. And showing them the example of how easy it can be to now flip your situation and plan. Somebody talked about planning. The plan is never there, but once you develop the plan, once you develop the budget, now you have the savings. Oh, there's something wrong with my car. I don't have to miss 3 days because now I've planned to save, to change, to do something different. I think that these opportunities, the myths, and all the things we're talking about are definitely very important for the young kids, but also as the people that are overseeing their parents as well. So I think going forward with all of these things, we definitely need to show collaboration, because like you have the youth program, we have a youth program, you're doing construction, you're doing land banks. How does all of this work together? Because the kids and people are watching, and what are they going to watch and see? It's another organization didn't do right with their money, another organization out here talking but didn't, represent the way that they said, oh, they're going to put this, but now they didn't do that. So how are we living to show examples to them, because they're all watching?
Yeah, I think that's part of our responsibility too, is that we're another generation that is going to be debunking those myths, and that's our fight to fight, right? That's what we're taking advantage of, to unlearn probably some of the things that we've seen the other things that we've experienced, and to debunk that we don't know what to do with our money, we don't know how to invest in our communities, and we don't know how to care for ourselves. And I think that's that's going to be very critical to what the message across the board of what we're trying to do.
Yeah, that's really special. What the message we're trying to put across about that. That goes into. I think this question is the epitome of why we're here during Juneteenth. So we all are kind of like helping redefine ownership by bringing everyday people into deals we do, reserved for the wealthy, right? So how can crowdfunding and other things we do be used as a weapon for equity? I'll start by saying we really have to dive into also family equity. I've learned some things from people, something called a family office. There's just different things we can do as families to pass on a generational wealth. Sometimes don't go rent an apartment. We all stay in a house, save money, pay off that house until it's paid off, get another house together. We have to really start thinking about togetherness and building as families. The Rockefellers, these type of people thought as a family. I've also talked, about doing things in a sense of having a matriarch and patriarch in a family, that we follow a blueprint of how the family is going to do things. We overlook those things. What did grandma do to save money? But just build on that as a family. We have to build things as a family. And I think all of us on this panel and somehow have built a network of things that have generated incomes for other people, including ourselves. I've come here, as I said, I'm a contractor, but I've hired a lot of electricians out here. I've hired a lot of plumbers out here. I've built an economy just from me, built an economy for those people who provide services. So we understand by bringing things together, we build an economy within ourselves. So we have to really think about that as a community, how we work together to build our own economy. Real quick, there's a lot of complaints about downtown Harrisburg right now, right? What city officials are not doing, but I think if we start to focus on some things down there, we can build our own economy down there. And we have to really understand our power of doing that, buying or investing in certain places and building downtown as a community. We understand that city officials have a job to do, but we got to understand how we can build our own economies. So I just want to talk about what do we think about those aspects of building communities, through what we do and how we've been doing it so far.
I think, so to jump off of what you're saying is the opportunity of coming together, looking at opportunities for crowdfunding. That's a big part of what one of our speakers with Vernon with the equity platforms of what we're representing is it's a perspective thing of looking at things that's not for us, right? And giving people a point that they can feel comfortable buying in, right? So have you ever heard like the saying that if you own 100% of nothing, it's still nothing, but if you own 10% of something, it's something, right? Very, very simple kind of concept. But if you own 10%, you own 10%, you 10%, and we all are able to build something great, it's not taking away from your whole, from your family, but you're invested in something that's growing, right? And together we actually have more impact than trying to take it all on our own. And that we just from short conversations this morning, we were already powwowing of, okay, yep, we're connecting the dots of you have strong points in this, your program takes care of this checks a box of a thing that we need, you know, and then with the program that we're developing with the Equity Land Bank, that's really that starting point, is that everybody is starting with a land and a place to build, you know, and that's a hurdle that a lot of people face and not knowing how to get started, right? So our focus is to tackle that opportunity, right? It's not a hurdle, it's not a negative, it's a positive opportunity. As we're looking at places where we see potential, where we see things that can grow, where you're talking about that their downtown is an opportunity area that there's nothing going on. So let's come together and let's give everybody a chance to say, hey, you want to put your money into something that's important to our community, important to the way of life, the quality of life that the city represents. Here's a place that you can do that, and you don't have to put you don't have to empty your bank account. You can she mentioned the $10 in a savings account. Start there. You know what I mean? Start with a little and then build. And then you build a little bit at a time, and then it's not such a daunting task, right? It doesn't feel like a hill that we can't climb over. It's like, nope, we're taking little baby steps, little bit at a time, and then that kind of, it's like a snowball effect. That's similar to that when you're trying to work your debt down. That snowball effect is you start with the smallest and then work to the biggest. So we're starting with small problems, small opportunities, and working our way through to larger ones.
He spoke on it. Are you guys familiar with family offices at all? Show of hands. Great, perfect. I was the same way about 4 or 5 years ago. I was introduced to family offices through opportunity zones, and they have these large conferences where different families that have money and wealth, they come together and they put it together and they hire a fund manager. And then that fund manager is tasked with bringing 10 or 12% of the dollars back. And some of these funds have created so much wealth throughout the families that it's affecting generations prior. The last fund that we were working with is called Darko Capital, who's owned by one of the minority owners of the Sixers, David Edelman, who, with the relationship that I had with LaShawn McCoy, we speaking with him just very lightly, we didn't realize he was a billionaire. He has $25 billion of assets underneath management. So family offices is a great way that we can do it at a microcosm level where, we may not have 25 billion amongst each other though, but we may have 40,000 or 10,000, and we can collate those dollars and be able to invest them in particular neighborhoods that we're all interested in. Another point to this would be integrating the public side of things. I know we're going to speak about civic engagement a little bit later, but there's so much opportunity on the public side, even just here in this particular region. The city of Harrisburg, everybody, is looking at them, but they're one of the smaller entities that we have here from the public side. They have like a $56 million budget or something like that. The school district has a $300 million budget. The county has a very large budget. The state, which we're in Harrisburg, we should be integrating the state. The state has a $50 billion budget. So all the money that we need to attack some of the points that we're talking about is already right here. We just need to be civically engaged in order to have politicians in place that understand what our struggles and what our needs are, and then secondly, actually act on it.
And I agree. I think that too, the understanding of what needs to be done in order to get to the point. I think that a lot of people are interested in bettering themselves and understanding what needs to be done. To, like you said, with politics, voting for the right people is just something simple at the beginning that you can do to strategically place people in positions that make it more productive for what the things are that the community needs. So I think that even just taking it all the way back down to a level of understanding, which is something that's so basic, but it took you a level of understanding to now be where you are, and a level of understanding to now have an organization that does equity in land banks and construction. So I think the level of understanding is extremely important, because you can't crowdfund without the crowd. So if the crowd doesn't understand, then you really can't go anywhere without bringing them along and up to speed, especially the ones that have the drive and the tenacity to be able to do so. Then starts now your generational change, because you're educating and helping them to understand the things that are needed to be able to now be successful and start to change the things in the community, just from the bottom level now going up.
Thank you, guys. So we're gonna wrap it up. We're gonna take like 2 questions from anybody who wants to ask us anything, and we're gonna pass the mic.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I'll try to be loud. So I actually do free cooking classes for children. I've been doing it for 4 years. I guess my question is there like some amount of like a nest egg before like going out and branching into something bigger? Because of course there's a lot of kids that need it, and I've always made it free because I don't want money to be a deterrent for parents to bring their children. But then there is money involved in like growing. So I guess what I was saying is like from when you guys first started, is there like an amount that you feel comfortable like suggesting as like, okay, this is where you should be before you take that leap?
I think you should just go jump right at it. The good things you have is track record, right? So you can say, hey, I've worked with X amount of children. Here are the results of me working with these children. And as I discussed a little bit earlier, workforce development is clearly important. We work with a bunch of programs like Philabundance and the community grocer out of Philadelphia that actually trains these individuals that are coming home from whatever their circumstance is on working in the culinary side. I would also say that you should look to the public side to help to seed your program, right? I would, obviously you can go on ChatGPT now, or you can go on Google and put you together a little baseline program, but, something like the Dauphin County Gaming Funds may be something of an opportunity. Also on a state level, there's called the local share, which takes revenues from gambling and then they put it into place to communities through a nonprofit. So if your organization is already a nonprofit or you're thinking about incorporating, that's something that I would take a hard look at, is incorporating public monies to be able to expand your situation.
Got it.
I was going to say, I think as a nonprofit, strategic planning is very critical. I think that since you're running the program, like he said, taking your stats, all the things, the people that you've served, how much it costs, creating a budget, but strategic planning is going to help you to now springboard into the next steps that you have. Being able to be aware of your numbers, being able to understand what your capacity is, because we're all visionaries. So it's like, oh, go, the next idea. But capacity is important, because if it's not structured correctly, you're always going to have a foundation that's crumbling on one side, and then you're building that up, and you go for a little bit, and then it's crumbling on the next side. So strategically planning, and then also making sure that the capacity, you're within the limits of your capacity before you then take that next step to expand your program. It's very important to have a solid foundation before, so then that way what you now have invested into is growing. And so once that is growing, now it continues to grow, and it's not something that is like, oh, you have all these programs, it's so great, and then it falls apart and the community now has nothing. So that's just my
Can you explain to as well, because we're all very humble up here as well, but can you explain about the new restaurant that you have and with the concept that's right next to the HMAC, and how that could potentially play a part with giving her an opportunity to at least have a commercial kitchen? Oh, is that the wrap up?
Wrap up box.
Is that the hook? The Sandman? But go ahead, explain it for it, D, real quick.
The drums are signaling the ending of our ownership through real estate panel. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Did we already share how people can stay connected with you? Did we share that information? Okay, let's go down the line. D, how can folks get connected with you, plug in with you?
D.
Support.
Allen from Thrive Housing Services, the executive director. You can go on our website at thrivehousingservices.org. If you need a phone number, 717-364-4152. You can talk to our office manager, very knowledgeable about the things that we have going on. But yeah, definitely stay connected, get our newsletter, Facebook, all the things.
Yeah, I'm the same as D as well. I could be found on Facebook, Instagram, the3tgroup.com. Appreciate everybody for coming out too as well. Big round of applause at the end for Vernon, who actually put this brainchild of ownership together, who can no longer be with us right here.
Yeah.
And I look forward to talking to everyone.
And then Ronald Moss again. I'm also on multiple platforms, but you can find probably just started our website at equitylandbank.com or Equity Platforms.
And my name is Joshua Barker. I own Lord Barker LLC, contracting company. You can reach me at lordjbarker@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you all. All right. Everyone, folks are headed into joining us. Opening remarks will begin in the next couple minutes, so stay with us.
Let's get a selfie real quick. Let's get one. Got it. Let me get.
Yeah, you gotta come down.
Let me get. Hold on. Let me get everybody. Let me get in the back.
I'll put it up high. What did it do?
Everybody in the back, say hi.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Please have all attendees towards the auditorium, opening remarks.
Stand here and, okay. Like literally not look at you? Oh, John, this is funny.
Oh.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 2 2 2 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Where's Olivia? Testing. Can y'all hear that? I didn't think so. Testing 1 2. Okay, that's better. You're fine. This is great. I don't like the board as good as I liked it last year, but it's okay.
Are you guys using one mic for all the opening remarks?
We're gonna use a couple.
Two?
Maybe two.
All right, I'm gonna bring 2 mics in.
Let me get started. Right here. I put one here. Are you ready? It's 10:34. I don't know what your ready is though.
Tamika, can I see your mic?
Huh?
It's the new for y'all.
Period. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. If you're standing against the walls, can you get in the shot? We want you to be on camera and everything. Yeah. Come on in here. Good morning and welcome to Juneteenth HBG 2025. Look at all of you. This is very exciting. This is very exciting. I want to open up and say, first of all, hey friends. I'm proud of us. Year 6, 4th year of our conference, and so many of our partners are back. And it's such if you did not get one of these delightful books, thank you to our Eris Vanna White for passing out the books. Shout out to Eris Smallwood. I'm just going to open us up real quick before we get to the real folks. But I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for having us. Thank you for trusting us with the vision for Juneteenth. We have had a beautiful week so far. I always talk to folks about why this week is important. This is a super important week for so many reasons. One, it shows off the capacity of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania as a city, as the capital city, as the star city. And we want to show people what can be done here. We had the best parade the city has seen in a long time on Saturday. We had over 800 parade participants and 1,000 people on the street. This is the best thing that has happened. This is our first year doing it too. Shout out to Eris Smallwood. Where'd Eris go? She in the corner. I think we're gonna keep saying shout out to Eris because she kicked us off right for the week, and it's something that we are just so pleased to now have this in our in our canon of events. It's very amazing. Pennsylvania starts the 85-year march towards freedom. People always ask me if that's true. Kamika, is that for real? Yes, it is. Pennsylvania had the first set of abolition laws in the known United States at the time, the recognized United States. What does that mean? That means, and you'll see more about this in my presentation at 1 o'clock, that means that Pennsylvania, folks copied Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey. They literally fashioned their partial abolition laws after Pennsylvania's Gradual Abolition Act, right? So yes, Vermont did have abolition by constitution before Pennsylvania, but they were not a state at the time. That's the catch. They were not a state at the time. So when we talk about Juneteenth and emancipation, I have been personally working to educate literally through sessions. I've done several sessions here at HU, at Market Square Presbyterian, and so on and so forth, to talk about how Harrisburg is situated, right at the apex of the abolitionist time frame and in the emancipation movement in the United States. You'll hear a little bit more about that, but I want you to always be thinking about that 85 years, 85 years. 85 years, 85 years, right? And why was that abolition gradual? And I want you to be messengers of this. I want you to take this and take it everywhere you go. That abolition was gradual because the enslaved were economy drivers. They drove this economy. They built this nation, along with many other groups that also were subjugated. It may not have looked like slavery, but it acted like slavery for a lot of other groups as well. But slaves in this country, that enslavement, it was money. It was economic, right? It was economic power. And so when we talk about that 85-year march, and we talk about why abolition was gradual across the United States, because people they didn't want to give up the goods. They didn't want to give that up, right? That was money. Slaves in nations across the country, and in Haiti is a great example. They had to pay for their freedom because they were economic goods, right? So when we talk about one city, one team, one economic impact, we're talking about returning economic access, opportunity, and power back to the Black community. I'll say it again because y'all didn't clap for that. All right. We're talking about returning economic access, opportunity, and power back to the Black community. And when we have vendors, you'll see vendors at almost every event we have, because we understand the power of gathering and making sure that people have a chance to return some of that economic access. We want you to see these businesses and see the folks who are vending, and we want you to know about them and help them all year long and patronize them all throughout the year. But we want to introduce you and reintroduce you to them here in this space. So thank you again for coming. As I stand here before you, I want to introduce our chairs of Juneteenth, our honorary co-chairs of Juneteenth HBG. I would love to introduce Rep. Curry and Rep. Mays. Please come down. These two women graciously accepted are here on their own time. They don't even have session today. It's a non-voting day. And they were like, we want to be here for you, and we are very proud to have them. Please welcome one more time our two honorary co-chairs of Juneteenth HBG, Rep. Curry and Rep. Mays.
Happy Juneteenth week, everybody. I don't know if you heard me. I said happy Juneteenth week in the city of Harrisburg. My name is State Representative Latasha D. Mays. It is the honor of my life to serve the people of the 24th Legislative District in the city of Pittsburgh. And this is my second term as a legislator, and I'm so happy that we can serve in this capacity outside of the Capitol and really be a part of the Harrisburg community. So when we were invited to become honorary co-chairs, it was an automatic yes for us. And we are here after session is over because we believe in building the bridges from the Capitol to the community. And that is one of the reasons why, of the many reasons we said yes today. So it has been an incredible week of Juneteenth activities that we have been able to participate. I think this is event number 5 for me. So I'm not Juneteenth out. But I'm looking forward to all that is to come. And thank you for welcoming us with open arms. And part of our work is uplifting Black communities as Black legislators, as Black champions for the economic, social, and political power of Black communities across the Commonwealth, and for our primary reason that we're here, to save Black moms and birthing people from preventable death in this Commonwealth. And so I'll end by saying I'm so proud to be co-chair of the Pennsylvania Black Maternal Health Caucus, along with my friend and my colleague, Rep. Gina Curry. Thank you for having me and us here today and this week. Happy Juneteenth, and look forward to connecting with you as we can celebrate the legacy and power of Black people and Black leadership and Black freedom fighting in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rep. Mays. My name is State Representative Gina H. Curry, and I hail from Delco. So I'm in Delaware County in the 164th Legislative District. And I was saying to Dr. Kamika here, it's really hard because once we converge upon Harrisburg, we literally go inside the Capitol and we go into that chamber and we do the work there, and then we don't really get to come outside. We don't get to come outside. So being involved and getting to see and knowing some of the faces that we're fighting for in that Capitol and back home when we get to our district is so, so important. Another thing, you know, Juneteenth is very special. You see, I got on my shirt today. You know, we get to like just understand who we are and be proud in that moment and have people to understand what we do. But I just want to bring light to a situation. You know, as you all go through your panels today, and Rep. Mays and I, unfortunately, we got to get back to our districts because we got Juneteenth stuff that's going on there too. But I just want to bring light to something. You know, in light of the violence that's happening to our elected officials, just want to bring light to the fact that you see two Black women standing up here, and we're not by ourselves. We have other Black folks. Where's April? I saw her. There you are, April. The Pennsylvania Legislative Black Caucus and the PA Black Maternal Health Caucus. It says Black in it. It says Black in it. And one of the things that we do is we pull up legislation constantly, fighting for Black things, because we're Black leaders who have been positioned, and that's our job. So we don't stop talking about y'all. But in the light of the violence that's happening, I want you all to hold that up and understand what that means for us. Rep. Mays posted something one Saturday when our colleague out in Minnesota lost her life with her husband. And she wasn't a woman of color, but what was very clear to me in that moment, Rep. Mays posted, check on your strong Black legislators, because guess what? They're looking at us now. We only really go up to that mic and we talk about protecting Black mamas and Black birthing people. We talk about protecting incarcerated folks. We talk about education when our Black children only have 19% literacy in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So we talk about Black people because we are Black moms, we're Black wives, we are Black sisters and aunties, and we are also Black state legislators. And I want to name that today because it's not an easy thing to walk around knowing that you're talking about all things Black, and that ain't popular right now in this country. So as you go through this day, as you go through this week, as you celebrate tomorrow, understand that you got folks fighting for you on all areas, because I know a lot of you sitting in the seats are fighters. You're doing the good work for the people in the community that have been so depleted for so long. So I love seeing all these faces. I love seeing the beautiful colors, the diversity. I was a DEI consultant before I got here. I love diversity. I'm in one of the most diverse communities in the Commonwealth, Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. Look it up. We're the world in one place. And I'm going to tell you, I will continue to fight, but I need you all to continue to lift us up, name us, say a little prayer. Because as we walk around Harrisburg, we pray that we're protected. When we go back home, it's a whole nother story. So we love y'all, and I don't mean to bring the mood down, but it's about reality right now, about what this fight really looks like. And so welcome, welcome, welcome to this amazing day. We hope that everything that lays on your heart, your mind, and your spirit today will give you inspiration to continue to go out in these streets and do what we got to do. Thank you so much for having us today, and we love y'all.
And can we shout out the organizers of Juneteenth, Dr. Campbell and Elise and Shaniqua and so many others who have made this space possible. We're grateful for you and your leadership. Please don't leave us alone, and we won't leave you alone.
You know I'm a harass you.
And those are facts right there. But we are honored to serve as your honorary co-chairs. Thank you all so much, and happy Juneteenth.
Thank you both. That was amazing. Thank you both. I also want to take a few moments in these opening remarks. I'm so sorry. What happened? What did I do? Oh, a picture. Shout out to Darius for doing this beautiful backdrop. Darius is what's Darius's actual last name? Davis, okay. I was gonna say whatever's on the internet, but shout out to Darius Davis for doing this backdrop. He is one of our premier artists in the region. He is so talented. He's also a filmographer. His film work is phenomenal. We are so happy to have so many amazing partners who, I keep telling everyone, we have over 100 people, 100 different organizations this year working for Juneteenth. So, it's just super amazing that we have so many different people doing such good work with this effort. All right, next up on the agenda, we can't do this work without our sponsors. It can't happen. And we have so many amazing sponsors that have helped us get to where we are today. So I want to give them a few moments to address you, let you know what they do. First, I'd like to call up our representative from Capital Brew Claus. Well, thank you to Capital Brew Claus. We appreciate you, Capital, okay? We appreciate everything. Capital is a fourth or fifth maybe year supporter of Juneteenth HBG in particular. All right, moving it right along, I would like to call up our very good friend, Jen Doyle from TFEC. Where's Jen? There she is, okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Yes, very nice. What an absolute honor to join you today at this year's 2025 Juneteenth Summit. TFEC has been very proud to sponsor this event for the last several years, and we're thrilled to be here again. As Kamika said, my name's Jennifer Doyle. I'm the current president and CEO at the Foundation for Enhancing Communities, a little bit of a mouthful, otherwise known as TFEC. On behalf of our entire organization, thank you to YPOC, thank you to our honorary chairs, thank you to all the partners who've come today together to make this celebration possible again. TFEC's been serving the South Central Pennsylvania for more than 100 years, and we exist for one reason: to help individuals and organizations take action to create lasting impact in the communities that they call home. It's that easy. That includes Harrisburg, a place rich in history, strength, and resilience. We're proud to stand alongside the city's changemakers and to support opportunities that celebrate progress, equity, and unity. Because after all, as Kamika said, we're one city, we're one team, moving towards one impact. If you're wondering how we can partner with you, there's 3 small ways. Scholarships. We offer scholarships to support educational goals, whether that's college, career training, technical trades, certifications, even down to our littlest ones going to preschool. So if you or someone you know is in a space that's looking for that type of support and partnership, please let us know. Grants. Through community funds donated by generous individuals and companies, we offer 15 rounds of competitive grant making to the nonprofit community every single year. We invest in those nonprofit organizations that are doing the absolute vital, critical work in our region. If you're part of a group working together to uplift others, please let us hear from you. We want to change the narrative from being just a funder to being a community partner. And we want to walk beside you on that journey to help enhance our communities forever. And the third way is philanthropy. We help individuals, families, businesses give back in a meaningful way that's meaningful and personal to them in ways that have lasting impact on our communities. So whether your passion is youth programming, neighborhood initiatives, a charitable legacy, animal welfare, community development, we will walk beside you for every step of your journey. Because at TFAC, we believe in something very powerful. Alone, we might all have ideas, but together is how we're going to make a difference. So thank you again for welcoming us into this space again this year. We hope that today, and we know that today will spark new connections, big ideas, and really bold steps forward together for everyone. So please enjoy the rest of the summit. We do have a table out in the lobby if anyone is interested in learning a little bit more about us. And again, couldn't sum it up better, but one city, one team, and one impact. So look forward to connecting with all of you.
Thank you, Jen. Amazing, amazing work. We have, I think, one more to go, and we're going to release you to go into these wonderful sessions. These next folks that are coming up have given me so much grace in my role as membership chair. They've let me find my footing, but they've also been really huge partners of Juneteenth. I think this is their 2nd or 3rd year with us. So I would love to bring up my very good friend, Ellen Siegel. She's a co-membership chair with me at the Next Gen IT Partnership. We are so excited to be partnered again.
Good morning, everybody. What energy we have in the room. I couldn't be in a better place today. So we are with Tech Connect. I live here in Harrisburg. I work for Deloitte Consulting. Tech Connect and the Next Generation IT Workforce Committee. That's a mouthful. So if you can remember Tech Connect, you're golden. We have a banner down at the front. You can scan the QR code, follow us on LinkedIn. That's your homework for today. You can remember everything I'm going to say by following us on LinkedIn. We are a fully volunteer organization, and our purpose is to grow technology in our community. In Central PA, our founders were a founder from Deloitte, a founder from KPMG. If you don't know, we're very large consulting firms here in our community. We do a lot of technology work. We support government. We support commercial organizations. And we're also co-partnered with many other employers in the area. The reason they founded the organization is because they were continually passing technology workers back and forth. They're like, this is unsustainable. How do we do this? We need to grow technology in central Pennsylvania. The only way we can do that is by attracting more workers. We heard some great messages, some inspiring messages this morning on diversity, community growth. We are all about growing economy of Central Pennsylvania. We want to see technical communities and the technology in Central Pennsylvania grow so that we're also a leader in the technology workforce and innovation and all the good things that come from that. The only way we can do that is by attracting a lot more workers. So what does our community do? What does our group do? We chair the membership community and we serve other committees within the organization. We do outreach to K through 12 students because there's very smart people who've learned that students who learn about technology even in their middle school years are more likely to enter a career in technology. We do outreach to adult learners. We're building apprenticeship programs that we're getting certified by the state itself, and we have employers participating in that as well. And we also do employer learning series. Dr. Campbell leads those right in this room. Those are part of our membership events. So we have local employers coming in to learn about DEI and AI and what kind of impact is this going to have on the workforce. So what you see is we have a lot of different events. We want everyone included. We need all of your participation to grow technology in our community. It's great for our economy, and it's great the more people that participate, the better off all of us will be. So what you can do is a follow-up, scan our QR code, follow us on LinkedIn. We're thrilled to have more participants, more volunteers at every interval. So we'd be thrilled to have you, and I couldn't be happier to be here today. Thank you for everything.
And now, for the piece de resistance, I want you to meet the woman, the business leader, the coach of coaches, the business partner, one of my very best friends in Harrisburg, the convener of this conference for the second year in a row. She has been the summit chair. I want to bring up Miss Elise Irvis. She is invaluable to our organization, and we're so happy to have her. Thank you, Elise, for everything.
Tess, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's do a show of hands for small business owners in the building. Any actual business owners? Yes. CEOs. All right, how about folks who are from Pittsburgh? Anyone visiting from Pittsburgh? Close enough, yeah. Some hands. How about Philly? Anyone in the building from Philly? Okay. Anyone based from York? Lancaster? Very good. So, as you can see, there's folks from all over the state here for Harrisburg's Juneteenth Summit. And I couldn't be more excited to be able to be a part, to play a part, bringing small business owners into Juneteenth. As Dr. Campbell said earlier, it's about returning economic empowerment to us. And I hope y'all have Cash App, or y'all brought some actual cash, because we have some amazing vendors in the vendor market. If you already noticed, they'll be here until 4 p.m. So please shop. TFEC, I heard the word grants. We got Creedic in the building. So today our goal is to inspire folks to start businesses, for all those with small businesses to grow their businesses. And that means access to information. That means access to actual funders, investors. And when I tell you, you have everything you need right here at the table. You got a seat. Closed mouths don't get fed. Today is the day that you ask the questions. Today is the day that you pitch yourself, pitch your business. Today is the day that you put yourself on the map, right? We refer to small businesses as CEOs, but really everyone in this room is a CEO, right? You have an identification number, your social security. You live in America and you operate under capitalism. You are a CEO. right? We have influence, we have agency, and just being in the room, being in proximity to resource partners, the businesses themselves, as well as the community folks who are just interested in coming to learn. The power exists when we work together, when we understand your neighbor's strengths, when you're able to identify areas for your own improvement, right? That's what today's about. So again, let no mouths go unfed, let no mouths stay closed. I'm excited to see the type of relationships. Who was at Juneteenth Summit last year?
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. So I'm excited. We do have a what do you call it? Interview room. So we'd love to get some testimony from folks. Our media team is on site, and any YPOC members. YPOC. Okay, that is our ask today. The events like this, weeks like this, would not be able to happen without YPOC. A $60 annual membership is all that it takes. You'll join our YPOC membership app and tap right in, because we celebrate Juneteenth all year long. So if that's what you're into, YPOC is the organization for you. There are no age requirements. Because I know you was thinking it. It's however you self-identify, mind, body, spirit. We have lifetime memberships, right? Because we young forever. Forever young, what's he saying? Yeah. So I'm excited. We're about to break out. We do have one more sponsor partner to introduce from Harrisburg Regional Chamber, again, who's outside vending. Jamal is a close friend, colleague. He opens doors. He's an ambassador. I think, I've heard a lot of people talk about Black businesses need funding, we need capital, but we also need mentorship. And mentorship in the way that they're not just constantly trying to teach you something, tell you about yourself, but the kind of mentors that just open the door and tell you to walk through. And Jamal has been that for small businesses, and he's doing that work in his newest role. Jamal, I'm gonna let you introduce yourself further, but thank you for being here.
Thanks for that introduction, Elise. I wasn't expecting that. I appreciate you, though. Before I get started, I just want to say I'm, personally just very happy and excited just to be here, just for myself, but also having the chance to represent this organization. As Elise said, my name is Jamal Jones. I'm the manager of regional initiatives with CREDIC, which stands for Capital Region Economic Development Corporation. We are the economic development arm of the Harrisburg Regional Chamber. We're proud to be a sponsor, a platinum sponsor, I believe. Proud to be a platinum sponsor of the Juneteenth Harrisburg Summit. As the region's catalyst for economic development prosperity, one of our core values is inclusion. So it only makes sense that we would be here today. Most of what CREDIC is known for is helping businesses with loans and grants. That's what we do. But that's not all we do. Along with serving as a regional convener of economic development activities across South Central Pennsylvania, we're excited about our work on the Impact Harrisburg initiative.
Yes.
We're excited about our work on this initiative to help build capacity and establishing better procurement relationships for disadvantaged businesses. Once again, we're excited to be part of this important event. And please stop by our table and say hello. Thank you.
Awesome. So yeah, we're gonna jump right into it, folks. Was everyone able to get one of these? Okay, good. We have plenty more if not. The agenda is here. There are 3 activation rooms that you are stuck having to choose from. But don't take too long to choose. And between each workshop, again, feel free to shop the vendors, please. So session 1 in this room, the main auditorium, with our friend from Erie, will be a session called Marcus Garvey Was Right. That's Rhonda Matthews. In 211C, our friends from Pittsburgh, Masters of Maternity Through the Ecosystem. That's with Miss Gloria. She's in 211C. If you go out this room to the right. And 210B, as well, out of this room to your right, is with, you heard the drums? is going to be with Pedro and Monica, Rhythms of Resistance, African Roots in Latin America. I know it's so hard to choose which one. Feel free to bounce in and out, maybe split it in half. But whenever you hear the drums, that means the session has ended and it's time to switch. That's what you heard the drums. We like that. We like that, right? We like it. Okay, yeah. So shout out to Rhythms of Resistance. It's their team of drummers that's going to help us stay on time because we need the help. And I figured drums, you can't not hear the drums. Drums speak to switch? Yes. So yeah. So everyone knows. So let's jump into it. There is no drums for this end session. This was our opening remarks. We wanted to show face to all of our sponsors and community partners, but at this time you are officially dismissed to dive in. Sorry if you missed our real estate panel because that was fire, that was dope. But now it's time to jump into what's labeled as the first session. Pick your room. Feel free to just stay. Rhonda's going to get set up here. Our presenters are waiting for you in 211C and 210B. Thank you. Enjoy.
Wake this up. There it goes. All right, never mind. I just didn't see it. I don't need it. I got it. Make sure presentations are beginning and this is please make sure presenters have all they need, their tech, staff, on site to support their speed and studies. Yeah, I got it. This is not working. Can y'all hear me or do I need to use this? Use the mic? All right. All right. So that's obviously not me on the screen, but that's who I want to be. Let me tell you why I'm here. I am a newly retired professor of 30 plus years, retired on May 31st. This is, thank you very much. Don't I look retired? I'm comfortable and spill stuff on my shirt this morning. All right, but the person on the screen is Kyra Taylor. She is the executive director and co-founder of Erie's Black Wall Street and a former student of mine. And when she was thinking about Erie and what we do in Erie, Erie's a strange place. Ask me about it some other time. But one of the things that was important to her was having a life. And The Black community in Erie is fragmented for reasons that I still don't quite understand. But what I said to her is, if you're gonna stay, you need to make it the place that you want it to be, right? You can make that change. And so what she did was, she said, okay, I'm gonna do it. And she asked me to help. And so I am in the position of being supervised by one of my former students. And it works out well because it is truly her organization. It's her organization, it's her vision. I help her with that. So I'm not the director, I'm not the founder, I am the associate director. And one of the things that's important to me is to make sure that people know that. Because when I walk into the room, Dr. Rhonda Matthews, old black lady, old loud black lady, right? People think that it's me. It's not, it's her. And that is her daughter, Callie Joy, who I had to put her on here. All right, so I have a few minutes. So we're gonna skip over Marcus Garvey, read up on him. If you have not, he is a forerunner. His work is the forerunner of a lot of the work that we have seen in change and economic development in Black communities. I studied him when I was an undergraduate, and he has been a focus of mine ever since. And one of the things that's interesting about this to me is that I keep coming back to a lot of his work. It's been foundational for me. And so, if you have not read up on him, please feel free to do so. In fact, don't feel free. I encourage you, strongly encourage you to read up on this man and his work and what it was that he was trying to do. Last thing I'm going to say about him is that his goal was to create a Pan-African cooperative relationship between Black people in the United States and Black people in the diaspora, okay? African and Black peoples in the diaspora. And he never got a chance to do that. And let me tell you why. Because the United States government saw him as a threat, right? And jailed him for mail fraud. So this is a point that I want people to remember as well. When you are doing freedom work, especially for Black folks in the United States, you are a target, especially if you are successful. And he was about to be more successful than anyone up to that point had been. All right, so now let me tell you, if you have a neurological issue, y'all, where flashing might cause a seizure, please look down. Because I'm going to go through these really quickly because I need to get to where I want to go for the next few minutes. Okay, so this is why I'm here today, to talk to you about New Wall Street Ventures. This is Erie's Black Wall Street's business development program. You have all heard of accelerators, business accelerators. In Erie, you can't throw a rock without hitting a business accelerator. So the goal is for you to go in there, I've got this idea for a business, but I don't really know how to start. So the goal is to go in there and get this information, right? We teach you how to do a business plan, and we talk to you about doing marketing and that kind of stuff. And here's what we noticed. They're all geared towards people like me, highly educated, self-motivated, know how to do research, right? They're just, so what happens is you go into these things, they're probably usually about 6 weeks, some of them are a little bit longer, and what they do is they hurl information at you. Here you go, here's the template, now go do it, right? Which is fine if you're used to that, right? I have a PhD. My whole life, even before PhD, was about finding stuff out. So it was easy for me to do, but I thought, you know, what about people who are not good at this? What do they do? And then they never touched on the things that we have to touch on as minoritized business owners. And that was the thing that made us switch. So let me tell you what we do. We do something similar, but very different. This is the name of our first New Wall Street Ventures session. And here's why. Because when black folks start businesses, we have, excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't give y'all this disclaimer before, because some of y'all are saints, and I ain't, so there will be cursing. So when black folks go into business, we have a whole lot of different shit that we have to deal with than your basic white business owner. We do, and that I'm not saying that for no reason. It is a statistical reality, and we pay attention to the cultural issues that are necessary that people need to be aware of when they are talking about starting a business as a minoritized person. So the first thing that we do in our session, the first session we have is this one. What happened to Mr. Garrett? Mr. Garrett was the first black banker in the United States. First black person to own a bank in the United States. There is a film about him on Apple TV. If any of you have it, it's excellent. Anthony Mackie plays Bill Garrett, and that's a picture of the actual Bill Garrett next to him. Okay, so we are inclusive by design. Yes, just black is in our title, but just like black folks have always done, we don't exclude anybody, right? If you want to come in here and you understand what it is that you're dealing with, you can come in. If you want to come in and tell us what to do from a patriarchal, white, heterosexist perspective, then you can leave. Right? We don't even like classism much in our work, so we include. And this includes this. Now, I have this here because this is in front of all of my presentations, but I want you to take a look at what my disclaimers are. Because when I even do something like create a PowerPoint, I have inclusion in mind. If someone sitting in the audience might have a neurological disorder, if they might have epilepsy, if it might be triggered by flashing, I don't have movements in my PowerPoint. If there's a lot of color, I want people to know that, because what if you're colorblind? And same, and on and on and on. Some people are dyslexic. Some people have dyscalculia. And I consider these things whenever I'm presenting to folks. This might seem like a lot to you, but to us, that's very basic. We want people to understand that you are included here, and that if you need what we might call accommodation, we will provide it to you, because we want to make sure that everyone is able to succeed. All right. Then we talk about this, and we don't have enough time for you to get triggered, but PTSD is a real thing. It's a real thing. And when you have a group of minoritized people sitting in a room just talking about life, some awful shit's gonna come up, right? And we want people to protect themselves from that. All right, so let me go. All right. Okay, so we have learning goals. All right. And then we start with making people understand who it is that they are, right? When you come to this, you're not coming as a business owner. You're coming as a black person first. You're coming as a woman first. You're coming as a member of the LGBTQ community first. You're coming as a person with a disability first. Because that is the way that our culture responds to you. We are not going to ignore it as if, we're talking about some mythical melting pot or, some mythical colorblind society. Those things matter because they make us who we are. So we start with these, and then we go into history, right? Well, why are you talking about Jim Crow? Because Jim Crow still exists. Okay? We talk about structural issues such as redlining. This map is the 1934 redlining map of Erie, Pennsylvania. When I tell you there is no other redlining map that I have seen that has held up as well as this one has, our city still looks like this, right? You need to know that if you're going to be a business owner in Erie, you need to know that, right? This is fact. Okay? We talk about law, right? All right, so I'm not going to take y'all through this because I don't have time to take you through this exercise, but it is an extraordinarily good exercise to help people understand the embeddedness of culture in our society, right? It's culture that we're dealing with. Everything that we have to deal with at this moment is because it is deeply embedded in our culture. So let me talk about, and then it becomes structural. So let me tell you the one thing that I keep people who are around me all the time, probably tired of hearing me talk about this, but I'm going to talk about it. How many of you know of the company Actively Black? Ah, you don't? Okay. Actively Black, I want you to look it up. And you don't have to look it up right now, but please do look it up. It is an athleisure wear company. By all accounts, positive. The guy who owns it, if I'm not mistaken, used to be a professional athlete. And he, you know, after he finished playing, he opened this company. It gives back to the community. All of its ads are really positive and fun and kind of uplifting and very diverse, shows a range of Black folks. Instagram shadow banned it, called it a terrorist organization because the name is Actively Black. They actually had to go on a marketing campaign to let people know that Instagram and Facebook, Meta, was banning them because of their names. They were labeling them as a violent organization, okay? So, if you are a Black person and you're starting a company and it's got Blackness in the name and you think that social media is going to be your primary marketing source, you probably need to think again, right? But you need to plan for these kinds of things when you are building your business, right? You need to understand that banks, that legacy lending institutions do not lend to Black people or to women in nearly the high numbers that they lend to everyone else. It's just fact. So if you know that, starting when you're at the very beginning of starting your business, if you know that, you can plan for it, okay? So I'm gonna skip past these right quick so that, okay, let's look at some of these. Black-owned businesses are a major contributor to the economics of the nation, generating $206 billion in annual revenue and supporting 3.56 million jobs. Those are not typos. This statistic is from, this one is from 2024. 2024, right? This one's from 2023. Roughly 5 million Latinx owners, people owned businesses that were operating nationwide. These companies generate over $800 billion in annual revenue with an economic output of $2.8 trillion. And one of the reasons that number is higher is because banks, though they do not lend to Latino businesses as much, as they lend to white businesses, they still lend to them more than they lend to Black folks, okay? So look what happens when you conceal your race when you're applying for funding. Black owners who concealed their race obtained 52% more in funding than Black business owners who actually reported their race, okay? Latino owners with similar credit scores, lower outstanding debt and revenue. Y'all, and I know you can read. I just want to read it just in case somebody can't see it or something like that. Okay. With similar credit scores, lower outstanding debt and revenue that's 3 times greater than white-owned businesses have lower approval rates for business loans over $50,000. Okay, so similar credit scores, less debt, more revenue, right? Still, numbers are lower in lending than for white people. White business owners, 58%, are more likely to be fully approved for loans compared to Latino at 38%, Asian at 30%, and Black at 20% business owners. And this number is really important to me to show folks, because when I see, and you know how people say, you know, well, why you gotta get political? I'm about to get political because it's all political. Right? The only reason that most of us are sitting in this room is because of politics. That's it, right? This is our structure. But when I hear other minoritized folks say, well, you know, I agree, I voted for Donald Trump, or I agree with, you know, some conservative viewpoint, I'm like, do you not know that they think of you in the same way? Right? Because the statistics are not lying here. Because one of the things that I do, because I'm a nerd, is when I look at these numbers, I want to know how you got those numbers. Is it really well done? Is it scientifically based? And it is, right? These are accurate numbers. So what we see is that if you are a minoritized business owner, you're not as likely to get funded. Now, let me also say what's not in here. LGBTQ folks are not in here because their numbers are much lower. People with obvious stated declared disabilities, their numbers are lower as well. Okay, so let's talk about some of the tools that we use. So we use, everybody's talking about AI, and yes, I love AI, love it. It makes our lives so much easier, but AI is programmed by middle upper class white men. So when we use it, we have to work harder to get the kind of inputs that are diverse, right, for us. Let me tell you what I was trying to do when I got this image. This is from Midjourney. I was trying to get a decent image of a regular person who has cerebral palsy. Now, how I got from, I want a regular person with cerebral palsy, to this, right? What is that? Right? This one makes me really mad. Because when I was trying to I wanted to create a series on Black love, and I wanted it to be inclusive, right? And again, this is Midjourney. Every time you put in a prompt for Midjourney, you can make the settings give you 4 different images each time. So I did the heterosexual couple, fine, no problem. Well, no, that's not true. There was a problem, because at the beginning, I had to keep going and making it reproduce the images, because every time I asked for a loving heterosexual Black couple, the first 3 tries, so that's the first 12 images, all looked like the man was menacing, like he was going to commit violence against her. The pose, now there's nothing in my prompt that says anything like that. It said a loving, caring couple in a loving embrace, not kissing. And AI took that to mean that the man was going to commit violence against her. So I had to keep going until I got what I wanted. But then when I got to lesbian and gay couples, it just lost its mind, right? When I started with the women, it gave me women right away, but they were always sexual. They were always kissing when clearly I had told it not to. It was not a loving kind of thing. But I finally got to it, but it took me a lot of tries to get to it. And I got to this. It took me a solid hour of over and over and over again telling it, make it 2 Black men, make them loving, make it nonviolent. It took me an hour to get this. When it first started and I said 2 men, it took 4 tries. That's 16 images before it even gave me 2 men. it kept giving me a man and a woman, right? So the tools that we used are programmed by people who are not inclusive, okay? That's important for you to remember as you're starting your business, okay? So this is a prompt, right? 45-year-old dark-skinned African-American woman professor with a dreadlock hairstyle, wearing a tam and a PhD graduation gown, smiling proudly, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is what I gave it. This is what I got when I changed the race. Now, the black women are fine, actually. But look at what it does for the white women. It makes them silly and not serious. How's that for a cultural undercurrent, right? This is actively black. Okay, so we're at 11:33. So let me stop because there's not a whole lot more that I can do. But here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that when we are asking people, or when we are helping minoritized business owners to create their businesses, we have to be aware of the environment in which they are creating their businesses. Look, y'all, capitalism is not a panacea. It is absolutely not. You cannot take this system of predatory capitalism that we are in, because that's what we have, right? It's the only reason we're here. Predatory capitalism says, you know what, you should own people and work them to death, never give them rights, just so you can have money, right? That's the system in which we work. So I'm not saying that it's a panacea. I am not. But I'm saying it's the system in which we work, so we need to work the system, right? Which is why when we are helping people to build their businesses, this is the thing that we always have in mind, right? Week before last, we had a man come into our New Wall Street Venture session, and he was talking about lending. He was talking about legacy lending. His name is Brian Slaywin. He is not just an ally to us, he is an accomplice. He is always there to ask questions. He puts us in rooms. He is the person that you want helping you with these kinds of things. He asked them this question. How many of y'all have lent? There's 16 people in our cohort this time. How many of you have how many of you have been lent money by your family members? Raise your hand. Nobody in the room raised their hand. Huh? How many of you have been lent money to start your business by family? Okay, so there are 4 people to start a business. To start a business. How many of you have been lent money by family members to start a business? Okay, that's the same answer he got. Nobody in the room raised their hand. And here's why. We don't have an uncle who's going to lend us $200,000 to start a business. Most of us don't have that. Right? That is a cultural feature of upper middle class whiteness that nobody really talks about. He was stunned, right? No, we don't have that kind of money. Not generally speaking. So understanding the actual impact of the structures around us, and then providing that information as people are building their businesses, is what helps folks to be successful in our program. Our program is so good that we have been asked by several other organizations to productize it. Y'all need to package this and give it to other folks, or let other folks purchase it so that they can build businesses too. Y'all, we are called Black Wall Street, Erie's Black Wall Street, because it harkens back to the times when we actually had community. My PhD is from the University of Oklahoma. So I was in Norman, Oklahoma for a lot of years. That's where I met my spouse. He's from Oklahoma. And when I got there, after we had known each other for a while, he started talking about one of his friends who was from Tulsa. And I'm like, well, what's his deal? He said, it's generational. He said his family's from Greenwood. And He said, I firmly believe that that generational trauma is continuing to show up in folks who are descendants of people who lived in Tulsa, in Greenwood. But do understand that the reason that Greenwood was burned down was because it was a successful microcosm of the economic system that the white powers that be in the United States say that they want. And Tulsa was not the only one. It was not. In these Black Wall Streets, people had everything that they needed. Everything that they needed. When they wanted to start a business, the community lent them money. Often the church was a lender, right? When you needed dry cleaning, you didn't always have to go to a white dry cleaner. Grocery stores, schools, and on and on and on. New Wall Street Ventures is about helping people to build, rebuild those kinds of environments, right? While also having the ability to support yourself economically and your family. But while you're doing that, you're also supporting the community around you. So that was a really quick, and I didn't cover half of what I wanted to, but I just wanted to introduce you to this program because it works and because this is one of the strategies that I think most communities, different types of communities, minoritized communities, need to move back towards for some level of success for the coming years, right? Because it works. Okay, so let me stop. Any questions? We do, as a matter of fact. When I went to, in January, I went to South Carolina to do a 3-day workshop at the medical university. It wasn't even supposed to be about business. And 3 of the women were like, we need to talk to you about what we're doing. And then after they got done talking to me, I was like, why aren't you starting a business? And so I did intakes with those people. So yes, we do. We work with folks from other states as well. We do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh, you know what? Let me give you, okay, I'm gonna go through the slides really quickly. What?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Now let me get to the end. Here, there's our information. So if you want to take a picture of it, this is how you can get in contact with us. Okay, what other questions do you have? I don't want to keep y'all from lunch. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. It's a different session, yeah. But if we have time at the end, or I'll be here today and tomorrow. So if you can't catch me today, then yeah, then I'll be here. I'll be here so we can talk. But take my my information. And y'all, I respond much better to text than I do to email. I'm just saying. Okay, what other questions do you have? Any? Oh, I apologize, I had to race through it. But if you do have any other questions, I do have another session at 1, and then I'll be here tomorrow too. So, all right, thank you all for coming.
That was excellent, thank you.
Thank you, I'm glad. There we go. All right.
I'm right here at the corner at the top of the steps. Okay, we need to troubleshoot. update. Tina is with Corey Minor Smith, helping her set her books up. Nabby is arriving. Volunteers are helping set food up right away.
Do you want a different table?
No, this is fine. This is
Yes,
fine.
you can,
Okay.
you can use this. Let's move that. And if I had a Clorox cleaner, I'd have been off.
Oh, you know what? I do.
So look.
It's okay. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm just putting this like this. I was a few more years ago, maybe around. Was that after or during COVID or something? Maybe.
Tina, FYI, Uncle Michael's here.
Okay.
He's with Tamika.
That's good.
April, are you ready for the award? April?
Okay, bring him into the seat. Candace, what are you doing up there? Reading. I'll try to see if I know.
She said, "Save me." Was that what you said?
Yeah, I was with the rest.
April has 3 wet.
You know what? I gotta go get Uncle Michael. All right.
April.
That's nice. Right. That's the feel I got.
After the panel. Once after the panel.
Anybody needs the Wi-Fi at Harrisburg University? Yes. Username Juneteenth, capital J. Harrisburg Juneteenth. But when it is, it'll be okay.
Welcome, welcome. Are you having a great day so far? I guess some of you aren't having a great day, so I'm gonna try again. Are you having a great day so far? Yeah, I agree. It's been a pretty fab day. We're really excited to have everyone here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying for the panel. We're gonna let people kind of come on in the room. Today's lunch panel is going to be featuring two of my favorites. Attorney Corey Minor-Smith is here. She's in the front row with us. And Dr. Eric Dyson, Michael Eric Dyson is coming down the hall. So thank you so much. You can sit right over here. Before we bring them up and get started, I just want to say to you that Corey Minor-Smith and Al Green will be our keynotes this evening. So please go ahead. We'll be back in this room again. Please go ahead and invite your friends. We want to have a great crowd for them. We'll be back here tonight at 5:30 for that. All right. Without any further ado and waiting, I would like to bring up our guests for our panel today, Dr. Michael Eric Dyson and attorney Corey Minor-Smith. Please join me in the front. Here you go, Dr. Dyson. April. And one more thing before we start. We do have some awards. I think all of our awardees are here, actually. So we're going to do those awards right now.
Hey, how you doing?
Good afternoon, everyone. So glad to see all of you. Yeah, that's right. Say it. Good afternoon. There you go. My name is April Ash, and I serve as the community engagement pillar for the YPOC Juneteenth HBG, and I'm so grateful to be in this space with each and every one of you. And so I want to extend, first by extending my heartfelt gratitude to YPOC Greater Harrisburg for this incredible opportunity in this incredible week. It is truly an honor to stand here with you, to be a part of this mission that is so deeply rooted in purpose, and it uplifts and empowers the community and civic leaders right here in the city of Harrisburg. At a time when leadership and vision and compassion are more important than ever before, YPOC continues to be a catalyst for positive change. And through each and every one of you showing up today, your commitment to nurturing young professionals of color and building bridges across the neighborhoods, sectors, and generations are inspiring. So thank you for all the great work that you do. Thank you for entrusting me with this opportunity. And because of that, one of the things that we wanted to do was making sure that we acknowledge, uplift those community and service workers that are doing the work in the city of Harrisburg. These young professionals that we will be honoring throughout the week have fortified and been trailblazers to making a way for the next generations to come. And so as we make mention of these notable leaders in our community, I want you to take hold and take heed to that there is space for you. There is space for your gifts and your talents, no matter how big or how small. It is important, and we need you. So the very first award that we're going to give out today is given out to a strategic leader with an extensive background driving leadership, direction, and oversight. His significant experience draws on cross-industry experience, sustainable strategies throughout market analyses, a focus on process improvements. He has been not only a project manager and leader for over 20 years in information technology, he has also built high-performance teams, developed executive-level client relationships, and garnered achievements throughout his career. Not only does he serve in our military, and he earned his rank of lieutenant colonel, successfully leading countless IT initiatives and missions. But not only that, Mr. Merrick Green is the innovator in business and technology. So Mr. Green, come on down. We thank you. And congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Oh, thank you. I always would start by saying, no, I don't have anything to say, and then follow up by saying something. This award is very unexpected. I do the work because I enjoy doing the work. It's a pleasure for me. So 23 years in the Air Force, and I'm still serving. It's kind of in my DNA. I appreciate this award very much. from YPOC and all the people who nominated me for it, and I will keep doing the work for you guys because I enjoy doing the work.
Congratulations, you did, absolutely. Oh. Come here, go. Thank you. Congratulations again. Give it up. One more. This next recipient, I know each and every one of you know. You've come in contact with him. If you haven't come in contact with him, you've heard about him. He is a lifelong resident of Harrisburg whose roots run deep in the knowledge of local and African American history that is virtually unsurpassed. He was born right here on the North 6th Street where his father, Caleb Jackson Sr., operated Jack's Barbershop. Not only did it go on to become more than just a landmark in Harrisburg, but it also helped to restore a part of history, especially with Black enterprise, that gave hope, and it also paved a way for more Black entrepreneurs in this city. Caleb's extensive community service has included being a part of the Harrisburg School Board, the School District Board of Control, a trustee of Harrisburg University, as well as the Historical Society of Dauphin County. He has lectured on numerous and has written numerous scholarly topics that include the history of jazz in Central PA, the history of Harrisburg's Lincoln Cemetery. If you haven't been there, please go out there. It's a beautiful cemetery to see, and it's awesome to see the preservation that they have done and the work that they have done to keep that. And last, I'll mention, he has kept with the current PA Health Department requirements as it relates to the Green Book, and he has also been featured in Harrisburg's African American Heritage Association. Please give a round of applause for our Social Equity Award recipient, Mr. Caleb Jackson Jr.
Would you like to say a few words? Thank you so much, so much. I appreciate this. Just let me tell you, I'm 95, and when I was young, as a youngster in Harrisburg, I saw the last two Black Civil War veterans marching in the streets of Harrisburg. Our American Legion is named for Ethan Slaughter. The other one was John Henry Fortin. But, and in my own family, I can remember slaves. So Juneteenth Day finally came, enjoy it, and this is just the start. This is the first year. Each year it's going to get bigger because we have these young professionals of Harrisburg to lead us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. May we take a picture? Yes, sir. Yep.
What a beautiful moment. I am so happy that we got to all experience that together. And we welcome you to our panel, the 92%, Rebuilding, Reorganizing, and Embracing Political Transformation. And I want to first read their bios, and then we're going to get to talk to them. Y'all both got a mic? All right. So let me turn it up. Let me turn it on. It's probably off because we were doing a million things. Yeah, they turned it off. Smart. Here you go. Thank you. Is yours on, Dr. Dyson?
Yes.
Okay. So I would love to introduce to you, I'm going to do Dr. Dyson first because he's been here a million times and we love him, and now he's like family. Dr. Michael Eric Dyson is a Georgetown University sociology professor. Is that true still? Vanderbilt University.
From Detroit.
Distinguished professor at Vanderbilt University.
Yes,
That's right.
From Detroit.
From Detroit. And he said, I'm from Detroit.
That's it. That's all.
Period. That's all I got to say.
That's all you got to say.
He said he don't want me to say nothing else. All right. Corey Minor-Smith is an accomplished and actually, let me just slow down with Corey. Corey Minor-Smith. She is first of all, just a wonderful human being, and she's joining us from DC. She is a prolific mental health advocate, speaker, attorney, worked in which administration? The Biden-Harris administration. So we're in for a real treat with her. We have her today and for the power panel, and we also have her this evening for the keynote before Al Green. So we are so excited to have Corey here. So a little bit about Corey. Corey Minor-Smith is an accomplished professional and advocate for social justice with over 20 years of experience in public service. As a passionate speaker and leader, she has dedicated her career to empowering communities, particularly through her work with the Corey is a recognized advocate for racial equity, women's empowerment, and community transformation. She has served in various leadership roles, advocating for policies that promote positive social change. As a dynamic force in both the public and private sectors, Corey continues to inspire others with her commitment to education, justice, and economic empowerment. Please welcome Corey Minor-Smith. So let me turn this way so I can talk to you. So we have been discussing this year. We are every year, but we've been really heavy on the civic engagement and political engagement, especially with the very fraught election we had this last in 2024. So my first question is to Attorney Corey. How do you interpret this moment when so many Black voters are disillusioned yet so essential? What do we do when the base is still showing up but no longer feeling seen?
That's really deep. And I think at this moment in time, collaboration is essential and key. We have to stay connected, we have to stay focused, and we have to stay committed to one another in advancing our causes collectively. In order to withstand the economic downturn that may come, and some are already feeling it, some have already been feeling it and have never really benefited from the things that have been done at the federal level, but for sure the things like tariffs. We may not understand how that may impact us once we go to the grocery store or to the gas station, but we have to work together to help each other out in knowing where the programs are that continue to receive funds, that continue to provide services. And quite honestly, I think we're going to have to withdraw a little bit from announcing everything on social media. I know I had a meeting with one of my sorority sisters, and she talked about how it was back in the day, perhaps before I was born, but people talked to each other. People met in person to strategize, to move forward. And we cannot announce everything to the world. We have to talk in person and share the strategy and have a collective mind in moving forward with the strategy. We've all heard the stories, or I'll just ask, who has heard the story about Harriet Tubman and her gun? Everybody ain't trying to go forward. And some people you have to leave behind. And you have to make sure that as you continue to collaborate, that you have people of like mind that want to collaborate on the same thing and moving us together collectively. And I'll end by this phrase that I've often heard: all skin folk aren't kinfolk.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And just so we reorient everyone to the topic, does everyone know what the 92% is referring to? No. 92% of Black women voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and it was the highest number of any group. 86% of Black men, 92% of Black women, 86% of Black people overall, and we are the group that voted for that team at the highest percent. And that is a historical fact, so we can talk about that in this space. And that group has started to feel very disillusioned with all the things that have been happening since. And so we wanted to have this panel to really talk about that. So my apologies for not explaining that at first, but the 92% is referring to that. Who had never heard of that before? Yeah. So take that fact with you. 92% of black women voted for Kamala Harris, 86% of black men, the highest levels of any other group in November. So just want you to know that. Okay, my next question is for Dr. Michael Eric Dyson. Welcome back.
Thank you.
We started this conversation last night as well. Political trust and civic trust feels broken. It feels broken. How do we rebuild political trust locally, especially in communities that feel burned by every level of government?
Right. Well, I want to thank you, Dr. Campbell, for this opportunity to join this distinguished panel with the great attorney Corey Minor-Smith, who's been an exemplary public servant in her career. Trust is an incredibly important word. You have to earn it. It ain't given. You have to get in the trenches. I'm inspired by Mr. Jackson over here saying that he saw with his own eyes the last Civil War veterans. Look at that connection. Listen to what that means. He's joined 1862, 63, 64, 65 to the present.
Yes.
Right? Because veterans, they weren't 2 years old when they were fighting in that war. And that war that has been interpreted by the far right wing as a war to defend the honor and heritage of America, and we know it was about protecting the hate. So you can do both. They go, well, you misunderstand. It's about heritage. Is your heritage to hate us? That's part of your heritage, right? And so I'm inspired by young men like Mr. Jackson, who remind us that if they fought as hard as they have, we don't have the luxury of cynicism, right? Now it's hard right now, but do you think it was as hard as what he's seen? Do you think what we're confronting with this orange apparition and this foolish fascist, do you think that as difficult as that is as hard as having your women raped at will without legal compunction or moral redress, or your men lynched and castrated, or your schools burned down? So gird up your loins, understand your history, and as Attorney Minor-Smith said, don't tell everybody. Don't go on the Twitter, right? On the Instagram, on the Facebook. Like I said, we had to face the book and read it in my generation. Everything ain't for everybody. Everybody want to talk. Everybody want to be important. I got the latest news on Tyler Perry or, on Diddy. Well, what you got to ask is, what are you doing to perpetuate a legacy of revolutionary resistance to white supremacy, social injustice, economic inequality, and the sexism that continues to haunt black women, and yet they continue to show up? So to build trust, you got to show up, you got to be in these communities, and you got to remind people this is what it is. Now, end by saying, look, the enemy, the opponent wants you to believe, oh, ain't no use to doing nothing, ain't no use to filing civil suits or filing lawsuits in court or crafting legislation. They want you to believe it's all over. This ain't over. People talk about they leaving. I ain't mad. I ain't going nowhere. I'm from the D. I'm not surrendering Detroit to people who will ruin Motown and kill the beautiful spirits of the people who reared me. And so don't take that bait. Understand what it is to defend what you have built, what your parents built, what your ancestors built. And that kind of trust is generated when you show up. You know, it ain't about your talk, it's about your walk and what you're doing to help people.
Amen. Absolutely. Absolutely. So this question is for both of you. Both of you have talked about faith in justice, in people, in possibility. But when systems keep failing us, policing, education, housing, how do we organize people not just around hope, right, but around real transformation? There are a lot of organizers in this room, a lot of community, passionate community leaders that have to lead this charge year after year, day after day, month after month. And sometimes it feels like people are just kind of retreating. So I'll let you take this one first, Attorney Smith. How do we organize people, not just around hope anymore, right? We always tell people to keep hope alive, keep the faith, but real transformation.
That is another great question. And let me take a moment learning from Dr. Dyson. Thank you, Dr. Campbell, for inviting me. YPOC, thank you for having me come. It's been a pleasure working with you all online to get to this moment. So I really appreciate being here, and I thank all of you for coming. I hope that the information we're sharing today does empower you and help you to go out into the community to help empower others, because right now that is what we need. So I understand about hope, but I do believe we are beyond hope and need something more. And that comes from us, again, working collectively together. So take the moment for rest. We need it. It's important. It's essential for our mind, bodies, and soul. But get back in the fight. I think of it like, taking a break, going into your corner during a boxing match. I just watched the Clarissa Fields movie, but Shields, okay, I called her Fields, Clarissa. But having rest and then returning. So in the time of rest, you're restoring. It's like your title, but you have to get back in the fight. And we can have speeches all day long and great words, as Dr. Dyson so often uses, and we have to get an encyclopedia many times. People don't use an encyclopedia anymore, a dictionary, to know what he's saying, but it is great words. I've seen memes, that's why I said that. I've seen memes that said that. But hope will only get us so far. Hope and inspiration gets us so far. When we work together, we share ideas, we strategize, and then we learn how we can move forward. Everything is not the same as, at the turn of the century. We're dealing with technology now, and we have to learn how to use technology to be in this fight. We have to learn how to use technology to protect ourselves. Yes. Right now, we're dealing with all of our information, all Americans' information being sold to a private company, a private company that does not necessarily have to follow regulations. Yes. It's quite different to say, well, they already have my information, meaning the federal government. That may be true, but each agency in the federal government doesn't automatically share your information between the agencies. They have it for the specific purpose of whatever the benefits are or whatever the law and regulation is, for example, the IRS, in making sure you're paying your taxes. So it's not an automatic sharing of information. It is quite different for a private company to have your information. So with that, we can't just address that with hope that somebody will stand up and do something. Right. We have to come together again to strategize. Those who are in the technology field, helping your community members know how to use technology to protect themselves and to help increase our businesses, to help in communicating with one another. I talked earlier in my first answer about not sharing everything online. I know a lot of people have moved to Signal or WhatsApp, some more protected ways to communicate with each other. So we have to look into that to move beyond hope and to actually take action working together, to keep abreast of what is going on, but at the same time not allowing it to totally destroy your mind and take away your energy to keep moving forward. Now,
absolutely, thank you. Dr. Dyson.
Yeah. I just want to push back on y'all a bit on the premise of a juxtaposition between action and hope. Hope leads to action, right? When Dr. King said, if you lose hope, you die. And what Attorney Minor Smith has brilliantly laid out here in terms of an agenda of practical participation in civic and social life is driven by what you got hope in. There's a bunch of people got a lot of money who lost hope and lost their lives. And black folk and women of color and others who ain't got no money in the bank but hope in their heart persisted, right? And I think, again, to go back to Mr. Jackson, because I think we ought to remind ourselves of what happened. Without hope, they ain't had money, they ain't had wealth, they ain't had infrastructure, but they had an ability to believe in a God that was invisible except to those who saw the operation of that spirit in their lives. I know it's fancy now to talk about Afro-pessimism and postmodern deconstruction of the mythology of hope, but I'm an old Negro who believes keep hope alive, right? And a guy ran for presidency in 2008 on hope. Yeah. And the one before him, the white guy who was the first black president, well, okay, he was from a place called hope. Hope is critical, right? We the only people that get rid of the resources that have sustained us to where we are now. We climb up a ladder and think we got there by flying. You climb that ladder, and that ladder was hope, faith, love, inspiration, and determination. So I agree with the brilliance of what our great attorney has indicated. I just want to suggest, and I know she has because I've been on other panels with her, I know she believes deeply in a faith tradition, and that faith tradition is important. And so now I know there are some empirical studies that try to suggest that hope has been destructive and deleterious for especially black people or vulnerable people because you're investing in something that may not become real. But the truth is that has gotten us to where we are today. And I'd rather invest in hope than the hatred I see around us right now. And the refusal of this country to acknowledge its history and what we've had to juxtapose against that history, leveraging the hopefulness, and I don't mean optimism, I mean hope, right? Reinhold Niebuhr, the great theologian, said there's a difference between optimism, figuring out which way the wind is blowing, okay, it looks good right now. That's optimism. Hope says even in spite of what we see, we're gonna keep moving, right? And I call it tough hope. I believe we ought to have tough hope. A hope that is tough enough to face and confront everything we're up against. Because it's rough out here, but it ain't as rough as it has been. It's tough out here, but it ain't as tough as it has been. That's why history is important. When they ban books, they're banning black people from reading them too.
My.
And so what we need to do is to study those books and to study that spirit. Read Du Bois, 1935, Black Reconstruction. Read what he laid out in that book. Read 1903, what he laid out in The Souls of Black Folk. Read Ida B. Wells Barnett. Read Pauli Murray. And when you read these people, they were facing daily death. We got the Real Housewives of Atlanta. Right? We got all of these distractions in the midst of what we're trying to come to. So I think it's extremely important to value hope and hard work, because the ones who work hardest are the ones that got hope. If you cynical, you ain't even participating. You like, forget it, ain't no use to it. They all the same. They ain't all the same. And I don't even take that, well, both parties. No, they ain't the same. They both jacked up, but they ain't equally jacked up. That's the difference, right? That's the difference. And so for me, have enough integrity to study your history, to understand the greatness of your people so that you don't dismiss them in your moment of despair.
Wow. Okay, I accept that we cannot, eschew hope. I accept it. I accept what Corey Minor-Smith is saying as well. I will start retraining my brain around those things. We have to connect the hope to the action, and I appreciate that. Okay, so let's do a little current event. Y'all ready? All right now, Amanda Seales, y'all know who that is. Amanda got on Beyonce's internet yesterday to drag Barack Obama, and then the internet dragged her. So I want to ask you a question surrounding that. Amanda said these words: I see a lot of folks still loving Obama. I was glad you brought up Obama because I didn't know how I was going to transition to this question. I see a lot of folks still loving Obama, and I'd be like, still? She said in the video that has since gone viral on social media, please tell me what did Obama do specifically for black people, please? The comments were very nice. One person said this: I will say this every time this comes up. We elected a black president and then sent him a racist and bigoted House and Senate reps from both parties to help him. How we expect to change, but only change in one guy. And then someone else said, I'll say this with love, but also with clarity. It's deeply responsible to get on Beyonce's internet and use your platform to diminish the legacy of the only black president this country has ever seen, especially when you know the rules were never the same for him. So I just want your opinion on that, especially in the climate that we are in, right? You know, we talked about, and this goes right with the 92%. I mean, it goes right with the scores of black folks who, you know, voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, voted for Biden-Harris the first time. So for some, and now we have this in Donald Trump in a second term that was severed from the first term. We have a president who is actively trying to undo everything Obama did, every DEI piece, everything that black people, trying to hide everything that black people have done from the eyes of the world. How is Obama's name still in people's mouths when this is happening? How is that? How does that work? Talk to us about it.
Yeah, what's the next question? Let me say this. I twice served as a surrogate for Barack Obama. I belong to the same church as Barack Obama. I used to see him in service. We'd talk after, what's up, hey. I was on a panel with Obama in '92, me, him, and Shirley Ralph. You can tell he a real brother, because we both said we wasn't even checking each other. I was looking at him and Shirley Ralph. So there it is. I was a young, rising professor as an intellectual. He's a young, rising lawyer from Harvard Law School. I was at a Black Women's Expo, and they asked me to give him some space and time, hype him up. He was running for the Senate. He was barely an unknown. He had been beaten by Bobby Rush, the congressman, former Black Panther. So the irony is he couldn't beat Bobby Rush, but he became president still. So life is complicated, and I've seen his evolution and growth. Now, I didn't out him when he was saying, you know, Jeremiah Wright. I wasn't there when he gave those sermons. Yeah, okay. I ain't gonna say I was down the seat from you when we was listening, not when we were, when we was listening to Jeremiah Wright, because I'm a good brother. I ain't gonna out you. I ain't gonna talk about the picture you took with Farrakhan. I ain't gonna do that, because I know how they manipulate things to try to hurt a brother. This is a guy I love, a guy that I wrote a book on, nearly 400 pages. So you ain't talking to somebody who's a Johnny-come-lately with that. Just cause you believe one thing don't mean another thing can't be true. Stuff is simultaneously true. It is simultaneously true that he's one of the most articulate, insightful, brilliant, gifted political figures, ruthless in a way that you need to be in order to survive in that arena. And at the same time, he could have done most stuff. It ain't either or. Don't y'all turn into black Trumpers who can't acknowledge, right? That's what we argue. They can't even acknowledge that, yeah, that man did some stuff wrong. They can't even acknowledge that he wasn't Jesus. But you gonna turn around and do the same? Now, the reason you turn around and do the same is because you're living in a society that pressures black people by judging us so narrowly. So, of course, we're going to be defensive. We're going to stand up for what y'all consider y'all boo. You're going to stand up for Obama in a serious way. So did I. So when he was getting assaulted by white supremacy, I was on TV defending him. And when he was talking down to black people, stop lying to yourself. I was there when Obama said, take off your bedroom slippers and stop complaining, to a figure that would rival Mr. Jackson over here. Charles Rangel, God bless his heart, just died, bless his memory. Maxine Waters, John Conyers, John Lewis. How dare you condescendingly tell them that their criticism of your failure to meet with the Black Caucus for 2.5 years. Trump met with him in 60 days, if you're going to be fair about it, right? You don't even meet with them because you take your black privilege and exploit black people's love for you. I'll tell you this. I was in a meeting in the White House with 10 other, quote, Negro leaders. And Obama bragged. He said, I can go to the hood right now. I got 90% support. He said, if I take Michelle, I got 95. I ain't mad, player. Play your game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. You know what you bring, but don't you be ignorant about how it's easy to manipulate a people who already in 92% voting for you regardless, or as the brothers would say, irregardless. Right? So I'm saying all that to say this. I wrote a book on it. I did empirical investigations of the policies that were crafted, the attitudes that were unleashed, what he fought against, how these people tried to kill him every day, how Fox News talked about his daughters and his wife. It was vicious and evil, and at the same time, the understanding you have for him, did he return that to you? When he lectured Negroes not to serve your kids cold chicken, when he, now in its own right, that might be true, but he always understood the context within which he delivered those remarks, and he knew white people were listening, and he looked as if he was chiding his own because he could be tough. Right? So don't y'all lie to yourselves about what went on. This is a guy I love, but I ain't gonna lie about what was going on, and I'm not gonna lie about how he got points for chiding us. I was there. I ain't talking about what somebody told me. In the 50th anniversary of the March on Washington in Washington, D.C., Jimmy Carter gave great remarks. Bill Clinton gave great remarks. Heck, even George Bush was complimentary. Obama couldn't resist saying black people have used the assassinations of the 1960s to justify their criminality. What? Why is it that it's always one of your own? You say that in terms of attacking him. You don't say that in terms of criticizing what he did, because you're blind, because you don't want to hear it, because you don't want to believe that this guy who was of this estimable stature would do so. I got one better for you. Read the new book called Fight. Read it. Kamala Harris convinced Joe Biden to endorse her immediately because she knew after you retire and you say you ain't gonna run again, the vulture's gonna come in, everybody else gonna have it. Endorse me. First, he wanted to wait for 3 days. She convinced him. She called Barack Obama up. Will you endorse me? No. That's your man now. That's our man, right? He said no. The book details how he fought behind the scenes against her. He didn't think she was ready or the right person. So I'm saying to you, what you gonna do with that? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Understand that that don't mean he's an evil person. That means he's a human being. That means he's motivated by curious things. That means that he served his time in 8 years. Now he out doing what he want to do, making money, not mad at him, hanging out. But when DEI is assaulted, where's your voice? You got the greatest political capital in America today. And they're talking about DEI. Where you at, dog? That don't mean you got to give up being on boats with Bruce Springsteen or hanging out with Virgin Air and making money with white folk and going on Netflix. Do your thing, dog. But also Remember where you came from. And then when you gave a speech to black men, I hear that some of you are not supporting Kamala Harris in the way you did me. Are you sexist? You took the longest to endorse her. Chuck Schumer endorsed her. Hakeem Jeffries endorsed her. Even Nancy Pelosi, who also was opposed to her, endorsed her. You came late. It didn't make no difference. You could have used your political capital at the beginning to solidify her standing. So excuse me if I'm a little bit more complicated in my understanding of what our boo did and how he acted. Now, he ain't Jesus. He's a man, remarkable, handsome, intelligent, charismatic, with great authority, but also problematic, limited, and exploitative in a way that anybody who somebody loved more than they loved it. Y'all, I know y'all don't know about this. You ever liked a girl more than she liked you? I know some of y'all don't even know what that is. It's so foreign to you. I have no idea what that means. I guess I'm just in the minority. You like somebody, they know you like them. They ain't gonna be real nasty to you, but they know how to turn the screws and how to ask, hey, you know, I need a loan. Do you have 50? You got $50,000 you can get. I'll get it back to you. Okay, Daddy, when do you need that? Tomorrow. So Obama was in a position where he knew, because he told me, I go to the hood right now, I got 90%. When you were in that position, you got to be Jesus not to exploit it. Don't act like you wouldn't do the same thing. Don't act like you wouldn't take advantage of that. But I'm saying that what he did was problematic on many areas. This is why he was called the scold of black America. You went to Morehouse and you acted as if those men that you addressed as they graduated were in a detention home. Nobody's going to take care. Nobody's going to pay attention to you because you're crying about racism. You got to still perform. But when he went to Barnard with the white woman, he identified with their sexism. Right. That is, they're being victims of sexism. So you couldn't identify with black men as victims of racism, but you could identify with women, white women, as victims of sexism. I'm just trying to read the record. Let me end by saying this. So whatever you think about Amanda Seales, and I'm not getting into Amanda Seales and whether or not she has been perfect herself in terms of these arguments, but it is true. I sat on a panel, you can go look it up on YouTube, with Farrakhan and Tavis and West and so on, and I said, we think he is Moses, he's Pharaoh. Ooh. Right? That's his job. I wasn't dissing him. That's the job description. He's not the leader of his people. He's the leader of a nation. So he had to do stuff that was sometimes complicated. I'm not mad at that. But what I don't want to let him off the hook for, every president before you had to deal with race. You're the first black one, so we know you were in a difficult position. Are you telling us we should have voted for the white woman who wouldn't have had to concern about being the first black president, so she could have done more for us than you, because the price of admission into your circle was the denial of our bodies and our interests? So are you telling us that? No, because he still did great things. I don't know why no white folk mad at him, because he hooked them up. Black people, not so much. Now, there were consequences, right? He went to Detroit. He bailed out the banks, which was brilliant. He bailed out the automobile industry. When he took a victory lap in Detroit, he didn't go 60 miles up the street to Flint, Michigan, which was then suffering a water crisis. I know they are, but I'm saying then they were.
Yes, they were.
And he didn't speak to them. So I'm saying, if you ask me what I think about that, I got a long-term view, a complicated analysis. Read my book, but you see what I'm saying? Obama was very problematic when it came to black people. Not only back then, but even with Kamala right now. If you read that book, Fight, and you understand how ugly it was behind the scenes, and your boy was involved in that in a way to undercut the woman that you thought, and let me end by saying that some of us want to be the only one. I'm not saying it was him, I'm just saying some of us want to be the only one. And he was black and white, she's black and Indian, and member AKA, and at the historically black college, stuff he didn't have experience with. There was a kind of blackness that she symbolized in a way that he could never approach. And so all kinds of interests and contradictions are at stake there. And that's kind of what I think off the top of my head about.
Thank you, Dr. Dyson. Gave us a lot to chew on there. I would love to hear from Attorney Smith about what she thinks about this topic.
Thank you very much. I think it is quite layered. I will give you that. We do have a slight difference of opinion. I come from, my perspective is from that of a former elected official and one who's had to navigate the waters in terms of the different pockets of a community that represent different religions, nationalities, whatever the case may be. And even though we get elected into these roles, we don't have the sole authority to do certain things. You have to get other people on board to vote with what you're trying to push forward. So your policies, I guess for a president, the main thing are executive orders. You know, you can just sign those and create them and they're there. But in terms of having Congress involved, the House and the senators, you have to make sure that you're going to have the votes to push forward the policy. So with that, while we may be black elected officials, we can't always just focus on the black community. We have to have them as a priority, and I think that people view it differently based on their lived experience. He has, a very multifaceted background, and I think that for the majority of black people, he represented us well. And as a layperson, we may not know all the intricate details that Dr. Dyson so eloquently laid out, and so we do glorify him in a certain degree just because he is the first black president. And, Mr. Jackson, you being here, a lot of people did not think that would ever happen in their lifetime. So maybe we're blinded by that. And so he could do no wrong. But at the same time, when you have mouths to feed in your household and you're not seeing things that you thought would happen, it does cause you to question what more could he have done. So ultimately, what you finally concluded, I think that it is a complicated situation that we cannot necessarily air on social media in a way that Amanda Seals did. I would say this is a kitchen table talk kind of a conversation that we have to talk about internally and to see how we can move forward. Because taking it back to your previous question in terms of hope, his campaign gave us hope. His presidency gave us hope, and it is that hope that we have built upon in having faith and wanting to take action, hence the 92% of black women that voted for Vice President Harris, because we were building upon that hope and hoping to move our community forward. Because when you help the least of these, you help the majority. When we focus on the most vulnerable in our community, which I believe that Vice President Harris had in mind because she came from it in Oakland, California. She knew about it being served by the Black Panther Party women in the community that fed her breakfast before she went to school. So she knew firsthand the types of programs and benefits that people need in the community and could, push that forward more than President Barack Obama, who may not have ever had that type of life issue. He had a single mother, but his mother was an anthropologist. It wasn't necessarily that he relied on benefits like the least of these may. So I look at it as I will always respect and appreciate him as the first black president because it's something that we didn't think was possible. Representation matters, but I also understand the complexities that he faced in the presidency because you cannot just move forward what you want as an agenda. You have to have people who are willing to support what you want to move forward and understand the need of moving those things forward, and hence having to cross the aisle.
Right. Can I
cross the aisle.
Sure, Dr. Dyson.
In order to move it.
Right. That's
have
why.
the vote.
No, you brilliantly laid that out. That's why I avoided all that. I wasn't talking about none of his policies. I'm talking about running his mouth. I'm talking about the shit he said that he didn't have to say.
You're very
I'm talking about the speech you made. There ain't no legislation to tell you got to insult black graduates at a historically black college university that I heard, by the way, since I'm a tell schools tales out of school. When I was sitting up in that meeting, he said some of them black colleges need to die anyway. Because they ain't doing what they doing. That's from a dude who ain't never went there. I started in HBCU, Knoxville College. All three of my kids went to HBCU. Morehouse, Spelman, and Hampton. So, huh? You don't forget? Damn, mama, I mean, I'm just... I'm up here. I ain't perfect. I feel you, Obama. Damn, Negroes just always want stuff. Golly. Shit, I'm doing the best I can. No, but here's the point. The point is, that's why I avoided all that. I wasn't talking about what it takes, because if we're going to judge it on that, Newt Gingrich, remember they said, it wasn't Newt Gingrich, Mitch McConnell, all them, they said the day before he got inaugurated, they're going to stop everything he's trying to do. So if we're going to judge it on that, we know, as Corey Minor Smith said, that the attorney said, that they were out to get him from day one. But here's what I'm saying. Why wouldn't all the crap you facing make you more sympathetic to us?
Yeah.
Because, Negro, we facing it. You at least got the presidency. You got the pimp mobile. You got you got all the political capital that can be generated. You know you're going to be a multimillionaire after you leave the White House. Mm-hmm. Why doesn't that make you more sympathetic to us? This is what I meant by loving a woman more than she loves you. Right? And so I'm saying to you, you're absolutely right. That's why I stayed away from all that. Speeches you gave, sentiments you put forth, ideas you had, things that came out your mouth didn't have to come out your mouth. There ain't no legislation. That's you trying to ameliorate a situation or mollify people that you hold in esteem, and then your own people, you were complicated in terms of what you believed about it. Now, I ain't saying other people didn't believe it. This was like, he had that Bill Cosby approach, like, you know, why are you stealing the cake in the first place? Right? That kind of, and the people said with the thing, and the jello and the pudding pop, right? So he was on that. He was on that tip. And so I ain't acting like other black people wasn't on it, but I'm saying if you're going to be on that, if you're going to be on that tip, then understand the condition, the plight, and predicament of black people. And I'll say this, in terms of public policy, the major thing we got out of him was my brother's keeper. That's some stuff you could do in a volunteer organization after you leave the White House. That's the major, that's not legislation. It's hard to carve that out, but I tell you what, who didn't let him off the hook? Jewish brothers and sisters, Latino brothers and sisters, gay, lesbian, transgender, bisexual folk. They turned the White House, remember them multiple colors, right? I'm just saying, bro, you could have turned it red, black, and green one day. Just was one day. And then had Parliament fuck, never learned to swim. Couldn't catch the rhythm of the stroke. So my point is that when we look at the situation and circumstance, and I'm assuming this is all private here. I know y'all recording, but keep all that to yourself. Because I'll say you're lying, it's AI, they made that shit up. That's not even me. I'm not even that light-skinned, nigga. I don't even know them, right?
He been looking at like, who is that?
Right. So I assume a certain kind of privacy. Keep it for your own records. Don't be letting this out on the internet. So my point is, though, because otherwise we can't tell the truth. Because then we look like we trying to hate on somebody. When you see the love I got for the man, I was a surrogate twice. But I made it clear to him, after you get elected, I got to be a social critic because I have to have an integrity as a professor and a critic, bro, beyond my love for you. Still love him, still appreciate him. But I could tell you some of the internecine squabbles and how Valerie Jarrett was hating on me because I was critical of him. I paid that price of terms of being ostracized and so on. Still love him, but at the same time, I'm not going to romanticize what went on and trying to pretend that certain things didn't go on that they did. And Professor, I call her Professor, she is, Attorney Corey Myers-Smith is right. I mean, it's difficult, his position. It ain't not like he can talk to somebody, because he's the only one. Hey, self, what are you going to do? I don't know, Black President. What do you think we should do? Right? But it would have been beautiful had you had a conversation with Kamala, but you undercut her. You acted like we couldn't have done the same thing when you were coming along, when they were, all people were for the Clintons. The Clintons had all the juice. It was a risk to follow you. They didn't know who you were. So now you're saying the same thing about Kamala? That she ain't ready? She was an attorney general. She was a state's attorney. She was a friggin' senator and a vice president. You had been a senator for 2 years, Holmes. Come on now. So why couldn't he show solidarity? Why don't you ask that question? Why don't you say to him, why didn't you? Because you don't do that. Because you understandably have love and appreciation for him. So I agree with Attorney Corey Myers-Smith. There are a lot of things he couldn't have done. The stuff I'm talking about ain't got nothing to do with legislation. It's got to do with hesitation. And that's what we got to address.
Woo. Wow. And now for our closing remarks, we're going to bring it back to Juneteenth. Juneteenth was freedom delayed freedom. 85 years between Pennsylvania's abolition law and Galveston's liberation. So what's our Galveston moment now? What are we still waiting for, and what must we no longer delay? Attorney Corey Myers-Smith.
We must not delay fighting. I was going to end with Obama, and what we did get out of him was health care. Seriously, health care. Because a lot of people, I'm one of them, we didn't think that it was going to make it past the Supreme Court based on the composition of the Supreme Court. And right now, health care is on the chopping block. I need you all to find out, if you don't know already, who your senators are and call, because it is H.R. 1, that the bill that is destined to cut a lot of programs that are needed, essentially Medicaid being cut, as well as SNAP being cut. We have to make sure that we fight. We cannot delay, because it is before the Senate now, and they need to hear from us right now. So what cannot be delayed? Fighting. We have to keep fighting.
Amen.
What she said.
Amen. And I know you hear the sound of the drums. That means we are changing the time. We're going to change. Lunch is ready for you in the hallway. And then meet us in the meeting rooms. There are 3 different panels. Please refer to your book and get some lunch. You are allowed to eat in the rooms. A round of applause one more time. I know you're leaving, for Attorney Corey Myers-Smith and Dr. Michael Eric Dyson. Thank you all so, so much.
It is 1690.
Yo, why would you do that? She's not there.
I'll do that. They're right there.
If you are interested, Attorney Corey Myers-Smith is doing a book signing. She's got books here on the side. Please patronize, and she will sign your book today. Thank you.
really appreciate you. I actually did a guided journal for children because I was after my book. Thank you. How are you? Spell it for me. Read that. I-A. Yep. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Please come back if you can. I would definitely appreciate it. Because you guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your work. Thank you. It is a disservice. Oh, okay. Thank you. Would you like me to make it out? Yeah. Yep. I enjoyed the peach salad. Yes. Would you like me to make it out to you? E-L-I?
Oh, actually, speak to me right now. Sorry.
Oh, good. Would you like me to make this out to you? Okay, great. Thank you for your support. Can you guys? Oh, it might be here. Oh, it's not going through?
It's asking for my address to check
You
out
don't
for
need
mail.
to, you don't need to do the address because you got the book here. So
Right, but I didn't know how to.
Can you just bypass it? It's required to enter it. Let me know if there's anything I can be able to assist bypass it.
I'm gonna try again and see.
It's not doing Cash App?
No, I can.
No, I'm sorry. What is it?
See, it's
the payment.
Oh, okay.
And I do cash.
No worries. Do you want to do Cash App or Zelle?
I can do cash.
Oh, is that better? I could probably do that because look, it's saying delivery, and it's probably gonna send me another one.
No, it won't.
Oh, it won't. Okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you so much. I can give you my Cash App.
But I have actual cash.
Oh, okay. Well, if you want to give 16 or 15, whatever. Oh, yeah, that's fine. It's 16. Yes, I was just kidding.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. You already got the book. Okay.
Yeah, I have the book here.
Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I asked for something more like cash.
No, I just don't have any like cash to give back if somebody needed change.
Hey, you did great.
Oh, did I? Thank you.
That was amazing.
Thank you.
That was amazing. Oh my gosh. Can't wait till you speak.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, no worries. I scanned it. Oh, yes. I can do a selfie.
On an Android, you know. So we have to use our brain for this one. Okay, let's take a selfie.
But it's not one thing versus another.
It didn't do that. The countdown?
Well, because this is on selfie, old people.
Would you like me to sign? And who would you like me to make it out to?
Ejon, E-J-O-N.
E-J-O-N?
Yeah. What was the idea behind the bookmark?
Huh?
What was the idea behind the bookmark? That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
Great panel.
Great. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I didn't know if I said enough half the time. But it all went well.
I mean, to be fair, he talked like that.
Thank you for your support.
And they didn't want it. They didn't want that.
Thank you. Thank you.
There were a lot of women. There were a lot of women moving down. There were a lot of women moving down.
How much is the book?
$16.96.
Okay. Can you, let me see if I have any money in my cash app. Wait, do you have something I can?
This it scans to buy it on pay with a card. I can give you my cash app, whatever's convenient for you.
Cash app might be easier. Let me see.
Because that's patriarchy in America. That's
That's very patriarchy, but that's also black masculine and hierarchy. And that's the thing which we got to challenge ourselves and say, look, are we going to be fair to the own supporters? So what I'm saying, so that history has to play into why women go like that. Y'all always do it.
Okay, that should be it. Yeah, give me a cash app. Is this the, no, you said this is to the.
Civil rights organizations. That's why Ella Baker was beaten with Martin Luther King. Because they wouldn't let women who were dominant be a part of it. That's what I'm saying. But
when you say something like that, that's happening to the job in the back. Yes. Black people from white state black people. So
And tell me how much it is?
$16.96.
That somehow we're that wasn't the case. That's not the case.
Well, I'm saying you already said it.
Yeah, I'm saying in general, right? In general, people that have a struggle when it comes to aligning myself with black people because to me myself, I think I need to start fighting.
But did it already?
I'm married. In fact, I know the man. It's like what you said about food. I didn't have that question. Thank you, my brother.
Okay. I appreciate it. I didn't have that.
Mine should have just come through. If you go in the cash app. I'm just buying wood. This is good. So, tell me about the election.
I lost, or
So, but you didn't lose by a whole lot that I
needed to
saw,
come
did
in
you?
fourth, and I came in fifth.
That's what I was going to ask you. I couldn't figure out how many people. But it wasn't bad, though. It was not a bad showing at all. Okay. I just didn't know how many people it was. I hate that you didn't slip in under the wire.
Yeah, it was close.
Yeah.
Another one in 2 years, so we'll try again.
Okay, good. Good. But you did good.
Thank you.
And you did it.
Thank you.
That's important.
Yeah.
Yes. It shows movement.
Okay, I'm trying to rush the line.
Yeah, it's okay, but you know, people take time. I'm good. I'm here.
Are you doing yours?
I am. I'm in here.
Yes, sir.
And
Your permission. You're not writing on this. So I know
well,
you got some dope
well,
stuff
let
to
me.
say.
But let me also tell you, I changed it from the first time I did it because I did it with the people. There's a lawyer society in Pittsburgh that asked me to do it, and so I talked about commodification, but then I shift into how law enforcement are now using rap and rap lyrics. To arrest. Yes. So it becomes a part becomes a free speech.
She gonna give permission for me to have it.
Yes, you can, absolutely.
Well, listen,
Thank you so much.
She saved me with the happy graduate.
Let me tell you, because I was like, oh no, don't forget, don't forget.
You know, they be dogging me.
I know,
But you can't remember me?
I know.
You can't remember me?
You can't do that. But you give sociologists a good name.
You doing hell. Yours was kind of always. Look, I got to turn book. We appreciate it.
Yes, yes.
My energy's waiting on me, so I got to go over and do some writing.
Well, thank you.
But please,
I appreciate it.
please, I want to get a copy.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
But we're seeing it a little bit.
I know, but I got to go. I got to go writing. I got to go writing.
Wait, no, wait. I paid for it.
Oh, my bad.
Look, check cash out to make sure it came through.
Okay.
And yes, I want you to sign it for me.
I'm going to take you. I'm back to the bookmark.
Oh, yes, please.
Attorney, what are you about to do after this?
Go to one of the sessions.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll see you later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you. Oh, what would you like me to make it out to?
You can just sign it.
Oh, you don't need name? Okay.
You can just sign it. One of the things that we have, the first thing we did when we bought our house was had library shelves made. That's how important books are to us, and especially books by folks who might get banned.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that we
focuses
have it on
on-
here ready to read, and that it sits on the shelf.
All right.
So just
Thank you very much. I just want to say I'm so concerned about Medicaid, the homeless population, and SNAP, and like even subsidized jobs, so like huge stuff like that. It's for our folks.
Yeah.
So do the best we can. Thank you so much for today.
So I imagine you know about the grants past case with the Supreme Court and allowing for the cities to be able to enforce whatever measures. I listened. I was at that point. I was still with the administration during the situation, so I would continue to the whole time. Yeah, helping with the
I cried all day. I was like, what are they doing to these
Right.
How dare you? You know, like,
And to have an affirmative defense with any, I mean, I'm just thinking of those who are have not treated defendants who are not even able to factor in what may be asked.
and it's just, and I did an article for 5 years. That's a
But they're just plowing. At least in Harrisburg, like, we're trying to work with them. But if they decided as a municipality, they didn't want to do that, they don't want to do it. And I was devastated. He went back because he had a right. Somebody was taking him. Oh, yeah, as far as I know. Tina Dixon. Yeah, she's here. But anyway, so you understand, obviously, we're raging furious that we are treating people that way. You know, so, we'll keep the hope. Keep the hope. And action. A lot of my life, reading all these books, doing all this stuff, you know, it's like, okay, now what? Now what do you do? Like, we can't just educate ourselves. We would like to do it. We like to do it. They're right. Is there? Exactly. You know, right. So what is it that you feel comfortable? I have friends who like, oh, I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight, but you know, like, I care about it. Yeah, something. Instead of like all this great reading we're doing, it's great, it's wonderful. But then what's the next step? We'll have to do something else. And so hopefully, you know, but I appreciate you. No worries. I'll give you a because you won't get this, but it has my website on the back, so I'm going to give you one that's not big. Good morning. You're welcome. Thank you. Are you out of the books? Huh? No, I have them. Okay. Is this where the next session is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, there's another one. There's two more too.
Oh,
one's in here.
I have to look to see which one.
There's one. Here's a right here. There we go. Let's try it again. Maybe it'll work this time.
Thank you. I hadn't given a chance to say thank you for your presentation earlier.
Oh, you're welcome. I was hoping I would, I could.
Are we sharing the slide deck, or you sharing?
Not that I
first part.
Not that I know of. But it was such a truncated thing that I don't know that it would do you much good.
Okay.
But I would be more than happy to share that information with you, though. So, did you get my my contact information at the end? Did you take a picture? You want to make sure? Now here, I'll pull it up again to make sure.
And then also, Black-owned banks. So here, regionally, there was a gentleman, Stephen Smith, and he was in the mid 19th century, so 1840s. That actually started a bank in Columbia. It was the first national bank in Columbia. And
Really?
They actually funded building the Wrightsville bridge that so that gets you from York over into.
Oh, I want you to send me that information, please.
Stephen Smith.
Hang on, will you do me a favor, please? Hang on, let me, is it still open? I have it open, hang on. Will you text it to me, because I know that, because that's the way that I will. Oh no, I didn't put it there, I put it in Canva. It was in Canva.
Let me run and get my phone.
Yeah, I just can't get the clicker to work. It won't work and I don't know why. I wonder if I need to put it in there. Maybe that's it. That's what I need to do. Is there a USB?
USB.
I can.
What kind of click is it? Touch?
It's a USB, but what's that? USB.
Right here,
Let's see
yep.
if that works. Is that right? Should be that way, I think.
There we go.
It didn't buzz.
Don't worry about it. I don't want you to disrupt it.
No, here it is, right here.
And here is my information.
Thank you.
Did you need assistance up here?
Okay. I'm just giving her this. I got it all pulled up.
It didn't work when you plugged it in this attachment?
It doesn't, and I don't know why, because it
usually does.
It buzzes, like, you know, to let me know that it's connected, but then it won't advance the slides.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know why it's not doing that. So hang on, let me.
You have the right mic?
Yeah, there's mics over there. There's also a mic over there in that chair. Elise, I don't know if you need it or not. So, yeah, no, not working. Try one more. Yeah, it's not working.
I'm sorry.
And I don't know why, but that's okay. All right, I just have to walk back and forth. That's all. Okay, so it is 1:34.
Yep, well, you got to like 2:20.
2:20.
I'll come in and give you a 10-minute.
All right. Okay. All right. We are ready to go. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Rhonda Matthews. I am the Associate Director of Erie's Black Wall Street. It's a nonprofit in Erie, PA. And let me tell you a little bit about why I am doing this. Elise, are we recording? Are we recording this? Okay. That's what I was just about to. So do I need this in addition to this?
Yeah, it's going to be a sleeve, actually.
There was one of the other mics, I think.
It's a little like black sleeve.
Yeah. So, somebody took it off.
Oh, it's hard enough. I'll grab it. Hold on. Putting this on.
Oh, I don't think I need Okay. Okay. Do I need to start all over again? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. I got to start all over again because we're recording. I am Dr. Rhonda Matthews. I am the Associate Director of Erie's Black Wall Street, which is a community development nonprofit in Erie, PA. So let me tell you why I'm standing here. I am a recently retired professor, and I'm a sociologist, I'm a political sociologist. And so one of the things that I do on a regular basis is I talk about pop culture in critical, analytical ways. Ever since I was a graduate student, I incorporated popular culture and analysis of popular culture into my classes because it really helps people to understand some pretty tough social and theoretical positions, right? You can easily kind of understand some pretty convoluted things when you put it in the context of popular culture. So, and besides that, I'm just a geek. I'm a geek and a nerd, and so I'm always paying attention to these kinds of things. So I was asked by the Jefferson Society is a think tank, a local think tank in Erie, and they recently started reaching out, trying to expand their audience. And so when they met with us, Kyra voluntold me to take charge of the popular culture lecture series. And this is the lecture series that we are doing with the Jefferson Society. And so this one that I'm about to talk to you today was the first one. So the second time I did it for that organization at the bottom there, the Wendell G. Freeland Society, which is a lawyers' society in Pittsburgh. So they asked me to come and do it. So what I did was I expanded it from my original presentation into a discussion about free speech as well. All right, so we're going to first start off talking about commodification, and then we're going to move into a discussion about free speech. So let's start with the particulars, right? If you want to watch video towards the end, if we have time, we can watch some video. If you can't hear me, please let me know. I'll repeat it. And the colors are generally pretty good. There are 2 slides, though, that are bright, 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 bright yellow. And I'll try to warn you before those come up. Okay, so here are the rules of engagement here. So whenever I speak to anybody about anything on any day, I let them know that these are the things that are coming, okay? We're going to be talking about historical fact, policy and law, family and socialization, and on and on and on, and here's why. Because in our society, we talk a lot about individualism. Well, you know, everybody is responsible for themselves. Everyone is responsible for their own decisions, etc. And that is only true up to a point, because we are group people. All of us are. You can't even learn how to be human without other people. We are group-oriented, and our actions are directly tied to the groups of which we are members. So, sociology, to me, a sociological perspective, is much more important than a psychological perspective, because the sociological perspective can explain to you what a person was going through and what kind of experiences they had that made them make a particular decision. So the idea of individualism is a cultural feature of the United States, and it's wrong. I will just say it like that. It's not. We have at some point the ability to make a decision as individuals, but all of our decisions come from our social lives, right? The groups of which we are a part. If you have questions, we don't have a lot of time, and usually I say, if we have questions in the middle, you can stop me, but we don't, so we'll save questions for the end. Okay, so there will be forthright discussions, because that's the only way that I know how to talk. The only time that I am subtle is when I'm sitting in a therapy session. I used to be a therapist for survivors of sexual assault. So I know how to be subtle in those such situations. In other situations, there's absolutely no reason for me to be subtle. So we're talking about straightforward language here. And yes, there will be cursing, not just because we're talking about rap, but because I curse. Now, I don't have to talk to y'all about this, because I think y'all know this, but when the first 2 times I presented it, there were white people in the room, and there were people who are not black in the room, and I didn't want anybody to get comfortable enough to start throwing that word around. So, in the context of the discussions about, rap, and that involve rap, etc., you just have to go to the truncated, the N-word. Okay, so this is the perspective. I use the sociological imagination and political analysis, which is what I just talked about, right? I look at everything through the lens of the sociological perspective. That is, I want to know what the group structure is that dictates the behavior. And then there's this, culture, at the bottom. That is the definition of culture. It is so much more important than people imagine. Understanding how our culture dictates everything about how we think and act and feel and just be is of paramount importance, and not enough people pay attention to it. Culture is so deeply embedded in us that we don't question it until somebody does something that is out of the norm, right? So when men started wearing skirts, right? people would be like, why are you wearing a skirt, right? Is it a kilt? And a kilt is just a skirt in another culture, right? It's just that it's acceptable in that culture for men to wear that garment. When men started wearing skirts in the United States, people had questions, right? But if a woman wears a skirt, nobody has a question at all, right? So when we are thinking about how things are, how they get to be how they are, my first thought is always culture. Okay, so this is culture, right? And if your initial response was, that's culture, right? Culture is our operating system. You know how on your computer, you have Windows or you have Mac, and it just works. You have the iOS. It just works in the background. You don't pay any attention to it, right, until you start seeing the little spinning rainbow wheel of death, or you get a box pop up saying that something's wrong. Then you're like, right? Culture works in that exact same way. We don't pay attention to it until something is different, okay? Okay, these are the systems that are important for us to talk about. Now, let me say this. I'm talking about systems. Again, I just said I was a sociologist. So when we talk about patriarchy, we are not talking about men. We're talking about a social system that prizes maleness. That's not about you, Harry, right? That is about a system, because that's a system under which we all toil. When I talk about white supremacy, I'm not talking about a white person, specific white person. I'm talking about a social system that created and prizes the identity of whiteness, okay? And then same with socioeconomic class. And I have to tell you, this one is the most insidious. People don't pay attention to their class biases because it's so easy to do. For example, when we use the term ratchet, that's a class-based bias. When we say ratchet, we mean low class, right? But we never think of it that way, but that's exactly what we're talking about. So be aware of the systems in which we toil. All right, now let's start talking about the actual thing that we came here to talk about. So let's start with the history of hip hop culture and rap. So it was a cultural movement. Hip hop especially was a cultural movement, started in the Bronx, in the South Bronx in the 70s, right? It was local. It was a neighborhood type of interaction that was basically about a good time. It was about partying. It was about artistry. It was about demonstration of cultural effects, right? So people in the South Bronx were deeply steeped in hip hop and hip hop culture and and rap music long before the rest of the country was. So because of number two, it wasn't just that it was a party. It was also a discussion about what was happening around folks in the social realm, right? They talked about, oppression, and they talked about unfairness and injustice, et cetera. But it just happened to have a good beat to it, right? Just like most of the stuff that black folks do, right? So the idea that a cultural movement, which was a voice for the underrepresented, came to the national stage is really nothing new, because a lot of the art that comes out of oppressed communities is about those topics. So then we start. Part of the hip hop culture were diss tracks, right? So this is a way to fight with somebody without hitting them. It's a way to talk about somebody without getting into some sort of physical altercation. Okay, so let's talk about some of the biggest ones. Notorious B.I.G. and Tupac. Everybody knows about this primarily because these two people are now dead, right? But prior to their murders, people knew about not just the dissing, not just the beef, but they knew about them because of the artistry of the beef, right? It wasn't just that they were mad at each other. It wasn't just that they were talking about each other. They were actually doing it in ways that were broadly acceptable and that reached beyond small cultures into mainstream culture, right? So Big and Tupac didn't like one another, made music that indicated that they didn't like one another, and people were paid from that, right? Yes, they were paid too, but music companies made much more money than either one of these artists did before they died. Nas and Jay-Z. I would kind of liken this to like if two of your professors got into a beef, right? They actually in recent years, have actually apologized to one another and made up. Eazy-E and Dr. Dre. Eazy-E is dead, not because of the rap, right? But he died in, what year did he die in? Did I have that up there? I don't have it up there. What year did he die? It was he did die of AIDS, but what year was it? It was in the 90s, wasn't it? Yeah. But a lot of their beef came from the split at the record company. Okay? So now, let's talk about this one. So I will be upfront and transparent with you. I was on Kendrick's side from the beginning. I was, listen, my undergraduate degree is in English literature. I love words. I love language. This man won a Pulitzer. If you listen to any of his music, it's like reading a good book. He knows how to use language in ways that are rare in this society. Plus, he don't fuck with nobody. He's one of those people, right? He just goes, he makes a record every now and then, go on tour, makes a video, and then he goes to his house. He really kind of just doesn't do much. Drake, on the other hand, is a mega star, right? Starting with the fact that he is a child actor, right? Most people who knew Drake before he kind of started getting into music knew him from Degrassi, right? Now, I was beyond Degrassi age, so I had to learn about Drake basically through the music because I didn't watch Degrassi, nor did my kid. So this is how, but once he came on the rap scene though, one of the things that's really interesting about Drake was that he garnered support really quickly because he is a talented rapper. So they had a beef that started, there is a video in here, y'all. They had a beef that started well before most people knew about it. Like, we started hearing about it in the mainstream. Even if you're not a person who listens to rap or hip hop, the rest of us kind of started knowing about it only when it kind of got to be big. They were slightly beefing long before the vast majority of people heard about it. So let's talk a little bit about the background. So let me see if I have my sound up here. Let me see if I can get this to play.
Are you aware of the Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef?
Wait, let's stop because that is not, you guys can't hear that. So, lantern, mic, wireless. Shoot, y'all, I don't know if I can, oh wait, here. Hang on, I got to get out of here for a second. Sound. Extra on. Here we go. This should do it. Okay, let's see if this works.
Are you aware of the...
That's not working. Can y'all hear it? Can you hear it okay? Okay, so let me start it.
Are you aware of the Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef?
It was so confusing. I did not get it.
Well, let's get into it.
He won a Pulitzer Prize, Kendrick Lamar.
This iteration of the beef stemmed from when Drake and J. Cole, J. Cole, they got on a song together called First Person Shooter. They insinuated a J. Cole and Drake made up two of the big three of hip-hop.
But he considers himself probably the biggest star, Kendrick.
Indeed.
This is fascinating.
A few weeks later, Kendrick responds by getting on a record called Like That, produced by Metro Boomin and Future. You heard of Future?
Yes.
Where's he from?
Midwest.
Kendrick said, fuck the big three, it's just big me.
Right.
He's establishing his dominance, right?
Well, he's got a giant ego. Well, they all do, though.
J. Cole's the first to respond. He releases a diss track, but soon after, he realizes that he may have made a mistake. He pulls that song off of Spotify and withdraws himself from the beef.
What's the mistake? Going after Kendrick? Not a good idea.
3 weeks after Like That comes out, Drake responds with a song called Push Ups. He's coming at Kendrick Lamar for his record deal, which he alleges is a 50-50 split.
So do you think the thing with the 50-50 is not true? It seems that could not be possible. He's a really smart guy.
So Drake doesn't just come out.
No, it's not in there. It's just when it got popular.
Another few.
Drake tried to hook him up with a really bad record deal back in the day.
Did he go with that bad record deal?
No, he did not.
Well, why would Drake want to do Drake?
Don't you like The Weeknd?
Yes. After that disastrous, horrible TV show, I'll never think of him in the same way.
You know Rick Ross, Big Fat Man?
Yes.
Back in the day, they had a lot of hit records together, but now they're beefing.
Rick Ross and Drake?
He keeps calling Drake a white boy because he was raised by a white mother.
Or he's biracial.
He also exposes Drake for a nose job.
Is that true?
And an alleged BBL. Drake got Drake, liposuction on your abs, the extra fat needs to go somewhere. Now the whole world is calling him BBL Drizzy.
What's the Drizzy?
Drake, it's a nickname. Do you believe about the BBL?
I want to see proof of that. Send me from Rick Ross?
That's from Rick Ross.
Well,
Okay?
Rick Ross, he needs a PBL.
So Drake releases another diss using the AI-generated voices of Tupac and Snoop Dogg, pressuring him to respond. Thoughts?
That's dirty. Disrespectful bullshit.
Kendrick does actually finally respond with a track called Euphoria. Kendrick's main angle on this, Drake throughout his career has been a massive manipulator, and he also calls out the big abs as well. Before Drake gets to respond, Kendrick releases another song called 616 in Los Angeles, and he claims that he has moles within Drake's camp.
Do you think Kendrick Lamar would resort to something that low?
Drake had made fun of Kendrick for collaborating with Taylor Swift, so this 616 was actually produced by Jack Antonoff, Taylor Swift's main collaborator.
Excellent move. I mean, that is an excellent move. I don't blame him. I would do the same. Whole thing is much to do about it. What is the bottom line? There's room for both of them. They're so different.
So that night, he releases a song I think he thought was going to put it away. It's called Family Matters. He accused Kendrick of beating his wife.
This is the craziest thing ever.
Drake also says, Kendrick, I want to speak to the man of the house. Where's your uncle? Because Kendrick had an aunt that transitioned into a man.
Oh, please. Dirty.
Are you disappointed?
Yes, very low.
So Drake's getting involved in their romantic business too.
Don't go there, Drake.
His fiance's name is Whitney.
Okay.
Drake keeps referring to them as Bobby and Whitney.
Bobby Brown and low down, dirty things to do.
Maybe 20 minutes after that, and Drake comes back and drops a song of his own, and it's called Meet the Grams. Kendrick says that Drake is living like a degenerate, that he's obsessed with escorts, gambling, drinking. Did you know that Drake was on that stuff?
I don't know. But is that true?
100% true. How does that make you feel any differently?
Yes. Makes me feel terrible. I feel bad for him, though. I mean, no, why should I feel bad for him?
And this is going to really grind your gears. This is A$AP Rocky.
Why?
I think Drake is mad that A$AP Rocky married the love of his life.
I agree. There's so many characters involved.
And then the very next day, he responds again. Kendrick does a full-on smash hit record, calling Drake and his camp pedophiles. Like a Leo DiCaprio, but creepier.
There was somebody that was like 18.
What do you think about that?
It's quite unfortunate. These guys, they just do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, Kendrick said that Drake is trying to strike a chord, and that chord is probably A minor. Get it?
Get it.
Interpret that for me.
That he's out for minors.
Drake has so many enemies that he doesn't even need to finish his beef. He could pass it off. You know, John Stockton, a point guard, little white guy.
Yeah.
But John Stockton infamously played with Karl Malone, known to be a sick fuck too, with underage women. So another double entendre.
Very clever. Nothing gets past it, right?
When Drake needs a check, he says he goes down to Atlanta. When Drake couldn't make the club, he worked with Future. Have you heard about Lil Baby?
Yeah.
Where's he from?
Yeah.
To get his lingo up. He says he uses 21 Savage to get his street cred up. He said Drake is not a common, he's a commonizer.
Why don't these guys just create from their own hearts and stop caring about what everybody else thinks?
Even though he said he was going on vacation, Drake responded, he claims, I can't be a pedophile, I'm way too famous.
No defense.
Kendrick claimed that Drake had a hidden daughter. Drake looked bad into saying he told Kendrick he had a daughter, and he fed him false information to make him look stupid.
But why would he even do that in the first place? Why would he do that?
So Metro Boomin, he's a producer. He's the one that makes the beats in the background. Drake told Metro to shut up and make some drums, and so Metro actually did do that. He released a song called BBL Drizzy, which is taking off right now, and everyone loves it.
I want to hear all this music.
Even a producer is dissing Drake.
He's just got so corrupt.
But a few days ago, there was actually a shooting at Drake's house. So even though they are Canadian, it actually might be getting serious. Wow.
That is really absurd.
Remember how J. Cole initially rescinded himself?
Yeah.
He was spotted a day or two ago literally just hanging out on the beach relaxing. Did you think he made a good decision?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Who do you think won this beef?
It seems like Kendrick.
But in reality, you don't think anyone looks good.
No, they're not making art for themselves. It's not coming from their souls.
What's going on?
Nothing good.
Any final takeaways?
Drake needs to relax. He needs to come clean. He just needs to sit back and analyze why he is doing what he's doing. What does his art mean to him?
Wow, I love that.
Okay, so. Wait, does this come back on? Y'all, hang on a second, because I think I messed up the sound. Let me go back. Okay, this is not on anymore. The mic. Excuse me. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. All right, y'all. So let's talk about this for a second. And also, let me say this: that when I was teaching, I would say to people, you know how to know that you understand something is if you can explain it to your mother. Like if there was a pretty serious, like a pretty convoluted theory or concept, I would say to people, if you can explain it to somebody else, that means you understand it. And the fact that she understood it, I think, is an indication about what a good teacher he is. He left the room. He was talking about how it didn't start, he doesn't start at the beginning in this video. And actually, there is a little bit of backstory, a little bit more backstory to the beef than what's in this video, but this is pretty much what happened when it became mainstream. Okay, so let's talk about a couple of things that he talked about. The first thing, I want to tell you that I firmly, tell everybody what the beginning of the beef was.
All right, so at the beginning of the beef,
yeah,
there's this guy named, sorry.
Go ahead.
There is a popular rapper called Big Sean. I met him, he's actually very small. So anyway, so Big Sean, he actually had a song called Control, and he wanted every artist on the Control song because he wanted everybody to have one song together, and he tried to get the most popular rappers together in one big song. So it's called Control. But Kendrick Lamar got on Control, and he took it as a competition. So he took the necessary steps to come at everybody individually and state that he was better than them. So then that's what caused the whole big kerfuffle, and everybody was arguing. So then Kendrick Lamar got at least 10 different diss tracks aimed at him specifically just because of the Control verse that he made. So then after that, Kendrick Lamar was like, yo, let me go to the BET Awards. So the BET Awards had a hip hop cypher. And then so during this cypher, Kendrick Lamar thought it would be great to now specifically come at Drake to tell him how ever since I dropped Control and tucked a sensitive rapper back in his pajama clothes, ha ha, joke's on you, high five, I'm bulletproof. And now we can see that he is. And then that stemmed them not talking or doing any more collaborations because Kendrick Lamar, actually Drake thought that Kendrick Lamar owed him something because Drake actually took Kendrick Lamar on his first actual tour. So yeah, that's why they said to get Kendrick Lamar in a bad record deal. But yes, I'll pass it back.
Thank you. Now tell me your name. Rich. Tell Rich thank you, y'all. He gave you the deep history. Okay, so one of the things that I think is important to note about this is that when this part of the beef started, when it became mainstream and the vast majority of us started seeing it, for a while, Kendrick was not saying anything. He was not responding. And I think it was the Tupac hologram that broke it. I think that was way too much to take because, in Southern California, Los Angeles in particular, Tupac was from the Oakland area, the Bay Area, right? But he is beloved in California, especially in hip hop and rap circles. And I think that the hologram was he saw it as disrespectful and just a bridge too far, right? And not only that, but it was from someone who is not from here, who he considers to not actually understand anything about the culture. And that's when we started seeing the really voluminous back and forth. Okay, so now let's talk about commodification. So again, we live in a predatory capitalist society. There is just no getting around the ways in which capitalism really drives a lot of our social interactions. But when we start talking about commodification, we have to talk about what that means and how we often get there. When we're talking about minoritized communities and we're talking about commodification, what we're usually talking about is a countercultural movement that companies get a hold of and say, ooh, we can blow this up and make money from it, right? Hip hop as a culture, rap as a genre of music was considered counterculture. But we started seeing a lot of young white boys really lock in to that music and to that culture. And when the music industry saw this, they too locked in, right? Oh, here's another way for us to make money. So one of the ways that commodification occurs is by grabbing onto countercultural movements and elevating them to mainstream attention. The music industry knows and in fact has people on the payroll who they send out to look for these sub and countercultural trends. And then they put it out there and let the market decide. So one of the things that I often hear older people my age talking about when they hear new rappers is like, I don't understand a word he said. It's just mumbling, you know? But that is the thing that is making money, right? That is part of the countercultural commodification of the music industry. So there's this discussion between authenticity and identity. So our role as the listener is to construct the authenticity through our own interpretations. In other words, when we hear music, we decide whether or not it's authentic. And if we decide that it's authentic, we're going to give money to it. We're going to make money for the industries that have control over it. There is also, when we're still talking about identity, when we're talking about authenticity, we have to talk about what that means in terms of identity. The concept of the black cool has been with us since they brought us to these shores, right? And black cool can and is also commodified. So again, when we're talking about hip hop and rap, we are talking about that as well. And then the last one is social location. How close are you to the messages that are being portrayed in the countercultural movement? All right, so we have the pop out, which was a direct response to something that Drake said. I cannot remember which song it was, but he made a comment about him you act like you out here freeing the slaves. And then last year on Juneteenth, this man gives a free concert, right? On Juneteenth, right? And when he decided to do this, there was no large-scale business interaction with it. He had just decided that he was going to do it. Amazon gets a hold of it, gets a whiff of this. Hold up. You know what we could do? We can stream it on Amazon. How about that, right? Did any of you all see it? Who didn't see it? It was fucking phenomenal. Let me tell you something else about me. I am from Los Angeles. I was born and spent, me and my two brothers were born in Los Angeles, California. We left when I was about 15, and so it is kind of deeply embedded in my cultural identity. And so as I was watching it, even though it's been decades, right, since I've lived there and since I've been there, man, the culture of Los Angeles and black folks in Los Angeles in particular, just all through it. It was an amazing thing to watch. Okay, next slide's gonna be really bright, y'all. Let's talk about the money. So, Kendrick Lamar had, in 2022, he had the Big Steppers tour. This actually wound up outperforming it. So let's talk about the numbers just on that day. So on that day, the day of the pop out, catalog streams, that means his entire musical catalog streams of Kendrick Lamar's music went up by 31%. That means that people were going and listening to albums, not singles, not just singles here, albums. And people who are younger than me, y'all aren't album people. Y'all listen to singles, right? That's the way the music industry has kind of socialized y'all. So the fact that this many people went to listen to his entire albums really says something, okay? 31%. Also, as a statistician, 31% of anything is considered statistically significant, right? Now, here's the other thing. When people are streaming, like if you have a podcast and you get a few streams a month, you're not making a whole lot of money. The people who make a lot of money with streams are people who get streams like this, okay? Look at the second number. Again, this was on that day. 62% increase in the streams of Not Like Us, just Not Like Us. Okay, and then the last one. It went back to the top 5 on the Billboard chart on that day. Okay. These are Spotify numbers. Now, after the Super Bowl, wait, let me ask this question. Is there anybody in here who has not seen the Super Bowl performance? Okay, look at you. You look like you better not say no. Yeah, it was amazing. But after the Super Bowl performance, there were 1 billion streams. I put the B in green so you would understand that that is not a mistake. 1 billion streams immediately following the Super Bowl halftime show. Number 1 in streams. Streams went up after the Super Bowl by 430%. This is not even a 24-hour period, y'all. This is amazing. This is an amazing amount of money. And he got some of it, right? But Spotify got most of it. Okay, so what are the broader implications here? So, yes, when music and or any other kind of countercultural messaging gets commodified, then the positive social significance is now, okay, so now marginalized voices are being heard, marginalized messages are being heard, which you can argue is a good thing. There is no way to take that away from this, right? You can say somebody who's talking about social problems and perhaps solutions to social problems, getting this kind of platform is a good thing. I think you can make that argument. But, well, maybe, I don't know if it's a but or if it's an and. But what I know is that when you have this kind of high-powered commodification of Black bodies and Black voices, that there is often a piece missing, and that is a responsibility to the community. Spotify didn't do nothing with that money, that 430% increase in screen. Did they give it back to the Black community? No, Kendrick did. Make no mistake, he did. But the company didn't, right? And that's the negative part, right, about this commodification. There's a responsibility on the part of not just the owners of the art, but to us as listeners. And then this last one about negotiating Blackness. What does commodification on this scale mean when we're talking about identity, right? What does it make us less Black? Does it make us more Black? Does it make us more responsible to our communities? Does it make it less responsible? Does it make us less responsible to our communities? Okay. So now, this part, I want to talk kind of quickly about this, because one of the things, I told you all that I did this presentation for a legal society. And what I wanted to talk about was the way in which hip hop music is being used in criminal trials, because it is, okay? So, let me give you a second. Read these 4 bullets. Okay? The second one is the most important one. Rap lyrics are now being used in criminal cases. So this started in the 90s with 2 Live Crew, and 2 Live Crew was distasteful. That's the nicest thing I can say about, the nicest thing I can say about their music is that it had a good beat. The next thing was, it was distasteful, but that's what it was meant to be. But during the 90s, there were several obscenity trials involving 2 Live Crew. There was FBI surveillance of NWA. So rap becomes a proxy for racial identity, and that last phrase there, and presumed intent. We don't know if you did the crime. We don't know if you were going to do the crime, but you put those things in words in a rap song, so we assume that you're going to commit the crime that you rap about. Okay, these are current litigations, these are current court cases in which rap lyrics are being used to try to convict people of crimes. Not that they've committed the crimes, but that having the rap lyrics is some sort of confession, right? That it displays intent. There's another one that's not up here that I found out about when I did that presentation with the Freeland Society. There's one in Pittsburgh right now. Johnson v. United States. So Johnson v. United States means that it is a federal case, y'all. So after that presentation, some of the folks came up and talked to me, some of the public defenders, and here's what they told me. There is a division of the Pittsburgh Police Department whose job it is to sit, go through YouTube, look for young people who are performing different types of lyrics and figure out ways to bring charges against them. If there is a weapon in the video, whether they're using it or not, if there's a weapon, they're bringing them up on federal charges. Okay? So now we're not just talking about the commodification of rap, the commodification of a beef. This has moved into a legal realm in which this beef, or any beef that an artist may have, has now been turned possibly into a criminal case. Okay, this is dangerous for a lot of reasons. So there are some states that are working on reforms of this. There are lots of studies that indicate that when rap is involved, when there is a legal connection to it, when a judge has to make a ruling, or when juries have to hear information and hand down verdicts, that they are much more harsh when the music is rap, when the lyrics are rap. Prosecutors interpret slang literally, and they also feed into stereotypes in a lot of these cases, and black defendants are uniquely and most often touched by this. Now let's talk about this. So let's talk about the frequency of use in criminal trials. So here's the genre. Let's start at the top, rap and hip hop. The number of cases with lyrics used as evidence in a trial, more than 700 cases with lyrics used as evidence in a trial, with rap music, rap lyrics used as evidence in a trial. And this is from the 1990s to the 2020s. Okay? Now, look at the other genres. This is all of the other genres combined. There are less than 10 known cases in this same period. Okay? The evidence is absolutely clear, right? I want you to pay attention to this link. Rap on Trial, the Rap on Trial project, go there. They have been cataloging as many of these cases as they can find. They were very generous in sending me their entire database because I'm about to do a whole lot of research on this. But this is what we have here. Now, when we compare it to what other genres of music are doing, we don't have the same kind of thing. Ted Nugent made a career out of making music about him having sex with underage children. Right? Nothing. So we're not just talking about music. We're talking about identity. We're talking about not just the commodification, but the criminalization of Black bodies. So these are the ways in which they have been, rap has been used in trials. So as to establish motive or gang affiliation, treated as autobiographical evidence, used in prosecutorial language, and they've brought in, quote unquote, expert people to give testimony on these. Almost always in these trials, that expert, the expert, is a gang person, a person who, in law enforcement, who specializes in gang activity. Okay, so now we have a conflation of rap music with gang activity. Okay? Here are some examples of different types of lyrics. So, first one's Johnny Cash. This is a very popular song. Can't you hear that in your head? Do y'all know this Johnny Cash song? I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. Mm-hmm. No legal action. This is in commercial. Well, no, not this one. This one's not in commercials, but we all know this song. I'm strapped with a 44. I'm gonna kill that hoe. Used in criminal conspiracy trial. Rock, Psycho Killer, Qu'est-ce que c'est? That's from Talking Heads. Was considered artistic. Murder on My Mind, I Got Murder on My Mind. YNW Melly, which is, let's bring that back. Yep, bring that back around to Kendrick. Rap, it was actually used in a murder trial. Okay? So, while we're talking about, I'm gonna skip a lot of these and go here. So, let's talk about what this particular commodification could mean legally. So, do you all know that that Drake has filed a lawsuit against UMG, which is anybody not know that? Okay, everybody got that. So, this commodification of this rap beef has made lots and lots and lots of money, right? But it is still connected to the criminalization of Black bodies, because if Drake wins this suit against UMG, then what it means is that rather than rap being an artistic expression, it's going to be labeled as defamation, right? It's just a song. It shouldn't be defamation. You shouldn't be able to call it defamation. But if he wins this lawsuit, that's where we're going, which opens up the floodgates. It will have an impact on record labels, which means that the commodification of rap is going to change. And then the racial dynamics and genre-specific scrutiny. Again, No one has ever said anything about the Rolling Stones music or any one of a number of very, very popular artists who are not rap folks, okay? So we're still talking about an intersection of commodification, but, you know, commodification of black and brown, of a black and brown art, but we are also talking about and intersecting it with the very real legal possibility that the speech of people who are rap and hip hop artists can be criminalized, right, even further, okay? So I'm gonna stop right there. Y'all, the drums are playing. I really like that drum thing. All right, this right here is this is a link to this podcast episode. Please go listen to it. It's worth your time. It's about an hour, but it's about a young man who was a rap artist, a poet, who actually got brought up on charges because of poetry that he wrote. Okay, so let me stop right there. Are there any questions in the 2 minutes that we have left? I threw a lot of information at you. Go ahead. Oh. You know what? My social media is not really set up right now. It's not, but you can find me on Erie's Black Wall Street's page. Absolutely. I'm actually doing that right now. I just retired. Are there any questions? Comments? All right, y'all. Thank you so much for being here and for giving me your attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you been like helping out with the Juneteenth stuff? Yeah. Just a presenter and a sponsor. Okay. Yeah. Victoria. I'm a big fan of this. So
house on accident. So there was simple things like business cards or web presence or even being listed on Google search engines, that those were like the small things that I felt like small business owners, specifically minority owners, could use in order to be aesthetically competitive to their non-minority counterpart. So that's kind of where we started here. This is some images of people on our team. We have two here. We have one of our graphic designers who actually attended Harrisburg University. She was an intern a couple of years ago. She interned for us, and then she became a contractor, and now she's a full-time employee with us. And then Layla, I'll let y'all clap for her, because that was a journey. And then Layla is one of our newest additions. She just graduated from high school, and she's going to be attending Howard in the fall for computer science. And essentially, I started Victoria because I knew I wanted to be an artist. I also knew I didn't want to star. I didn't want to be a starving artist. And so marketing kind of paved the way for me. My first job in marketing was with the Pennsylvania Army National Guard. Then I came to Harrisburg, realized there was a need for marketing services for small businesses and entrepreneurs, so I started Victoria. And what I really wanted to do is create an ecosystem and a working environment for creatives of color so that they can have a livable wage doing exactly what they love to do. They don't have to join the Army. They don't have to work at a daycare if they don't want to. They don't have to do all of these potentially random jobs in order to support themselves to do what they love to do. So that's kind of what I had in store for Victoria. And getting certified and doing business with the state made it possible for me to start employing the contractors that I have, and I plan to continue to do that with the opportunities that doing business with the state and the federal government has afforded me, along with these certifications. So these are the certifications we currently hold. We are a women-owned business, minority-owned, certified minority, and certified veteran-owned business. Why do we have all three? Because at the time, I was in a program, and I worked with the McNeese LEAP program, where they offer $50,000 in legal services, and I had them help me to do the applications to get certified. So technically, you don't need all three, and I advise anyone who's considering getting certified to make sure you pick the one that works best for you. Back for a second. I will also want to include what I am not here to do is advocate on behalf of any individual respective certification council. I do not work for them. They are not sponsoring this. This is just me giving you my experience in certifying with these entities and how that has benefited me in certifying with the state and working with the state. All right, so the Bureau of Diversity, Inclusion, and Small Business Opportunities. In 2023, Governor Shapiro signed an executive order to increase opportunities for small and diverse businesses so that they can compete for state contracts and make procurement processes more accessible. Again, I am also not associated with that department. So any questions you may have related to that, we actually have a guy here who might be able to answer those questions, but that's not me. Right now, I'm just giving you my experience working with this program and with the state. So what this executive order actually did for me, once I was registered with the state as a small business, which is an automatic thing. As soon as you apply to be a small business, you get an automatic certification with the state if you are already established as a business. Now, the state certification process relies heavily on the national certification. So you want to get that first, and then you can certify with the state through the diverse and veteran business enterprises. With the executive order, the three things that happens is the verification is supposed to take less than 10 days. Vendor payments are supposed to be more prompt, and most, if not all, allocates a certain percentage of contracts $100,000, $50,000. Typically, in the fine print, they have to pick a diverse and veteran business on their contract and allocate a certain percentage of funds to that business. And so what that means is, if you are a small business and you are listed on the Department of General Services vendor profile, vendor directory, they're going to look for those little tabs that says diverse business. They're going to look for those tabs that says veteran business. And typically what they're going to do is they're going to reach out to you if you have services that they can potentially use and they want someone on their bid. So at the very start of things, they're really checking the box. And for the best reasons, that is where our opportunities come in. Because what's happening is, we, as Notoria, are getting in front of businesses and entities that would have never looked our way before now. So really, as far as DEI is concerned, they're not really doing any favors by giving us money so that we can be on these contracts. What they're doing is providing opportunities for us by showing these other businesses that are based in New Hampshire, California, New Mexico, that we have a directory of diverse businesses that we want you to partner with in order to fulfill whatever needs Pennsylvania has. What's the next slide? All right, go back to that one. My bad. Okay, so I think it's really important to note, I put at the bottom, national certifications, register with the state, get certified, get to work and repeat. National certifications and registering with the state are kind of interchangeable. They're not really related to each other. You can register with the state without being certified diverse or veteran-owned business. But in order to register as diverse or veteran-owned business, you need to have those national certifications. And I'm going to talk about a few of the things that you're definitely going to need and that's related to that. But this is kind of the order that I think would be really beneficial to everyone here. I also want to talk about the fact that the program is supposed to create opportunities for both you as a primary contractor and as a subcontractor. And I say that that's very important here because for Notoria, we have only bid on a handful of contracts as a primary. It is a lot of work. It is a lot of paperwork. It's a lot of coordination. It's a lot of time to invest. It's a lot. I recommend everyone do it at least once so that you can really understand how that whole process is. And if you're not selected, they do have an opportunity for you to see how you rate it, see what was missing. This wasn't fully fleshed out, so we didn't understand that, or this, that, and the third. So you can fix it for the next go round. What I really want to emphasize, at least for people who haven't done this yet, and especially if you're just starting out, is to start at the subcontractor, as a subcontractor first. Because for us, what has happened is these businesses who are trying to bid on these big contracts that I have no interest in being a part of are reaching out to us to be on their bid. They're telling us what their budget is, they're telling us what their percentage is, what's allocated to us, and they are asking us for certain things in order for us to be in their bid. Sometimes they ask and sometimes they just need to put a name down. But I have a little bit of a story for that. Okay, so as a subcontractor, we officially became certified with the state in 2023, actually, in 2023. And the first company that reached out to us, they were trying to abide by the executive order. They asked us if we were certified with the state, and we weren't. I made a couple of phone calls, and when I tell you I was certified, because I already had my national certifications, I was certified within 24 to 48 hours. Like that's how quickly that happened. But that business ended up going with someone else, because I assumed they weren't sure if we were gonna get it in time, and that's fine, because now I'm certified with the state. The next person who reached, or the next company who reached out to us, we were prepared. We had our we had our certification through the state. We had whatever paperwork that they were gonna need because I had already gone through that process, fumbled it a little bit, but I was ready for the next one, and I secured that contract. So that subcontract was $17,000. I don't know if that seems like a lot to y'all or not, but that was a lot for me. That was, at that time, that was the largest contract that I had secured without after that, I got a $64,000 one and a $21,000, a $56,000, and so they range. It really just depends on what that contract is, what they need, and also how they're trying to win. So even though it's a 3% allocation minimum potentially for veteran and for diverse, they might give you 10. They might give you 15. If you actually have the services that they need, they can make that budget bigger. You can also negotiate that budget as well. That was one of the first things that I didn't do when I got that first contract. So that first contract, they had to have a 3% veteran-owned business, or allocated to veteran-owned business, and they had to have 3% allocated to a diverse business. So they picked me because I had both, and they only gave me 3%. I didn't know anything about that at the time, and I've learned attending one of the Bureau's summits that you can negotiate that. Just because I have both doesn't mean you get to take advantage of the fact that I have both and only give me 3%. I should have asked for 6, or I could have asked for more, but you know what you know, right? Now I know, and now I'm sharing that with y'all. Just because you get 2 different certifications doesn't mean you get the bare minimum. You can negotiate those prices based off of what they're asking for and what the money is. Let me see. The most recent, it's not even the most recent anymore. One day, last summer, I got a phone call from someone who was looking to turn in a bid. They were based in New Hampshire. They said that they wanted to do 11% for us. As a diverse business, they already picked someone else for the veteran business. I think that was only maybe 6 or 7%. But for us, they knew they needed marketing. They knew they were going to need a huge campaign, website, print materials, all the things. It's like, all right, cool. At the time, the percentage allocation was $330K. I signed off on it. They didn't even ask me for anything. They just signed off on it. And then eventually, they were in the final running, and they were encouraged to increase their budget, which in turn increased our budget. 2 things I learned during that process. One, that $330K was per year for 4 years. So that would have been $1 million, like 120, 1.2 mil, right? And then when they increased it to, I don't remember what the percentage is anymore. I remember the dollar amount. The dollar amount was $527,000 per year for 4 years. So with this contract, Victoria gets $2 million of their $19 million contract that they won. And we just started with them this month. And that was the easiest money we have ever made. Wow. I literally signed off. Just having the bare minimum, just to kind of get your foot in the door has opened us up to this. And so that's why I really want to emphasize whether you want to go primary or subcontractor. That's based off of whatever business you have, whatever your team looks like, all those things. But if you're just getting started, I strongly recommend subcontracting first. And depending on your business, another thing you can do is you can look, I'll have a resource on here, you can look at the marketplace and see what bids are out there. You can also see who's potentially bidding because they're supposed to say, we're interested in this bid. You can also reach out to those contractors or those primaries and be like, hey, just in case you're looking, we offer these services and we just want to make sure you have this information in case you want to consider us. But for us, the majority of the subcontracts that we've been on, they have reached out to us. They have told us what they wanted us to do, and it's typically the last portion of their bid, but we are mostly able to perform our services for them. Sometimes we get some random things, like they'll ask if you want to do like cold calling or something like that. And you can choose to say no. You can choose to stay in your lane, or you can choose to venture out, because people gotta get paid, right? And if you have someone, maybe, an intern or whomever that can make those phone calls, I say go for it. But this is all about opportunities. All right, so the key steps is to gather your paperwork. Because even though the reward is worth it, the paperwork for getting those national certifications are a lot. I say there are plenty of small business business incubators. There are small business incubators. If you haven't heard of McNeese LEAP program, that is a program I recommend you look into. Have someone help you gather this paperwork, because you're going to need the simple things that you probably already know about include your tax returns for like the last 2 years. They can be personal or your business taxes depending on when you started. You're going to need a bio about your business, a resume. You're going to need signature authority, that's if you have a bank account, some basic things, but then there are some other things you might have to, gather some things up. So just know that that is definitely an investment of time, and there is no problem asking for help, because I absolutely use McNeese and their legal team to help gather this paperwork, because it's a lot. But once you get it, getting certified with the state is quick. Taking advantage and maximizing the use of those certifications are all on you. Like the WBENC and the minority one and the veteran-owned one, they all have their own sets of directories and everything else. So those are not even things that this presentation is about, but there are opportunities there for you as well. Register with the Department of General Services. Again, you do not have to be certified to register with the Department of General Services. You do have to be nationally certified to register as a diverse business. And there are other certifications that I am not a part of, but again, you can reach out to the Bureau and they can assist you with those processes. I think there's like a disadvantaged business certification that you can apply for. I think that one's even free, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that. The women-owned one is between the women-owned one and the minority certification, one is $350 and one is $500 annually. So that's also something to keep in mind. If you're a veteran-owned business, that certification is free. Applying for the state and also the national ones are annually, whereas I believe the state certifications, they used to be annual, but now I think they're every 2 years, if I'm not mistaken, but those are free. Those recertifications with the state are free. As long as your national one is done, your state ones can be completed. But they all kind of follow the same requirements as far as paperwork, the same requirements regarding annual, so you can really just pick one, keep all that paperwork together, and then you can use it for each entity. Next one, please. All right, so of course a plug, right? So when you are certified, once you're working with the state, once you are being considered for a subcontractor or even a primary, they're all going to ask you for the same thing. They're going to ask you for a capability statement, which is basically a one-page resume that says everything that your business can do. Any codes that you have, any certifications, maybe a list of some businesses that you've done work with, but primarily you want to put on here all the services that you offer so they can know how they can best utilize you. Another thing is literature. So we always provide a capability statement. We provide a literature that basically goes into detail, goes into detail about the different services that we offer, like a print, a digital version. They always ask for my resume. They might ask for your team's resume. They'll ask for a proposal, so they'll tell you essentially what they're trying to do, and you'll basically give a price, like a breakdown of the prices. And you can kind of dictate what your prices will be based off of that contract, based off of what they're asking to do. Ours have fluctuated based off of the contracts, but it also has fluctuated based off of the time commitment with working with the state, because even as a subcontractor and the primary, sometimes it's just every experience is different. But these are the items that they usually ask for, and these are the items that we can also help you to have. If you don't have literature, if you don't have a website, if you don't have business cards, which really you don't need for being a subcontractor, but I will always encourage small businesses to have something to give to someone else. We do design capability statements tailored to whatever your business is. If you're construction, if you are a consultant, if you do admin work. And I also want to emphasize, you don't have to have a team to be on the Department of General Services. You can be a consultant. You can be a virtual assistant. You can be an admin person. Because if they're needing you know, that's still an avenue for you. So I just kind of want to keep that in everyone's head. Next slide. All right, and this is just kind of a continuance of what I also mentioned. Not every contract that we've been on required small business insurance, but most of them do. So I just recommend getting it. I think ours was about $1,200 a year for liability, those type of things. And then we also have workers' compensation insurance because I have employees. But this is just a list of the things that they're typically going to ask for. And what you really should have if you're going to be listed on the Department of General Services, because they're already looking at us a certain type of way. One, because of this executive order, and two, because we're Black. Like, right now, they're required to do it. But with you having all of this information, you basically are telling the world that you mean business. And you want their business, and you want them to have your business. Another thing that I've learned recently, I think I already knew, but someone put it very clearly. This executive order is temporary, which means as long as Governor Shapiro is here, this exists. And if the next person who replaces him wants to keep it, they can. But if they want to remove it, they also can. The difference between an executive order and legislation is that legislation is law. That doesn't happen very quickly. That can take years. So I encourage you, while this executive order is in place, to take full advantage of it, to get your name out there, to make sure the state entities, Department of Environmental Protections and all the things know who you are, so that when it's not required for them to utilize you, they'll already know you as a serious business, and they will reach out to you regardless. I say a team of 1 to 3 people who you can lean on is because one of the things that I think doing business with the state, what they high-key expect to happen is that we bite off more than we can chew. We get this money, or we get these contracts, and then because we didn't prepare for it, or we didn't plan for it, and you don't know what you don't know, right? Some people quit, some people fail, and then what they'll say is, I told you so. Like, we tried, and so now we really want to go with this other company that we've been doing business with for 10 years. It's always a good idea to have backup. Whether you're paying them right now or not, kind of plan for when you do get this money. Plan for when you do have this responsibility, because it is very overwhelming. It is a lot. Growing pains are real, especially in business. So when you have to worry about employees, business insurances, you're also now not just dealing with 1 or 2 individuals. You're dealing with big organizations, big, the housing plan we're working on. That's a lot. Like, if we fail, the governor's administration is going to know who we are. You know what I mean? So the reward is big, but the failure can also be big. So just prepare for that. Pace yourself. Take on only what you can. Utilize your resources. Have people in the back of your hand. Nothing wrong with contractors. You want to start there. There's nothing wrong with part-time employees or employees either. Just kind of pace yourself and have a network of people, people like Elise, people like me, people like Kamika, people who can, if they can't provide a service that you need, they know someone who can provide a service that you need. There's life coaches, there's admin people, they're all out there. So just make sure you have the support system to assist with you as you grow. All right, so in conclusion, these are all the things we plan on doing with the opportunities that we've been presented. We had an internship program. That's kind of how we got Deanna. That internship program is about 2 semesters at HU. They were paid, and we plan on reopening that internship and opening that up to community colleges, Messiah, a few different ones, because we have a collaborative approach at Notoria. Bringing on more part-time and full-time employees. Now we need more account managers because I can't be doing this anymore. Like, I'm trying to make us more money, so I need people who can manage our team. Once we manage our clients, once we get them, because more clients, more people, so you have to, when you make that money, disperse that money, right? You gotta spend money to make money. Working on the benefits plan, which is brand new to me. Like I said, we have employees now. I'm in the military. sponsor and give money to organizations like YCOC. And we are also currently working on pursuing federal contracting, the GSA, and that is a whole monster of which I also hired a consultant to help us get that paperwork together. We're not going to get into that, but that's just another step. So, in conclusion, like, next slide, please. Do it. Do it. Like, if you have a small business already and you're looking to see kind of how you can generate more revenue, create more opportunities for yourself, for your family, for your community, start doing business with the state. Like, let's take advantage of what an elected official said he was going to do, and he did it. And I know he's going to potentially run for president one day. I hope it's not the next term. Actually, I kind of do. I don't know how I feel about that. I like him in Pennsylvania right now, but we also have local officials who, you know, need to vote for and whatnot. But for now, let's take advantage of what we have. Let's make the most out of it. And these are resources that I think everyone can utilize. The PAE Marketplace is literally where you can go to see the bids that are out, the contracts that are out. You can see who's won these awards. You can see how much money they've been. You can see in writing when it talks about the minority and diverse allocations that are required for these things. You can do like some preliminary research to figure out what you want to do. It's overwhelming, but it's a start. Victoria's website's up there, that executive order if you want to know more about that. And that really concludes my presentation. If anyone has any questions about anything, I'm here. And I also have some swag, if anybody wants some. Got some stuff here. But do you guys have any questions for me? About anything? Business-related, marketing?
You did mention that you have opportunities that will possibly open up for internship.
Yes. That is true. It's not going to be immediate. We try to go along with the semesters, but once it's ready, then yes, we will be doing that. Does anyone else
I have a question. Yeah. So, this isn't specific for marketing stuff, right?
No, this is for getting certified and working with the state and like our experience with it as a small business, not necessarily affiliated with anyone I'm giving you resources on. Do you have questions about?
Yeah, my question was, because I working with teaching kids through culture and arts. Is that something that's in those resources typically, or I'm not sure?
When you say, are you looking for
like educational programs when it's through arts?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's like I said, I'm a creative first. Before I went into business for myself, I thought I was going to be an art teacher, and then I worked in the Philadelphia School District and decided I didn't want to go to jail. So I went to the next best thing, and I started doing like after-school programs, working with the Susquehanna Art Museum, things like that, and then so that's kind of what I do get back into. And my team also really enjoys working with students. So that is something that we are open to, and we're going to be developing that as we get more people as well. Yes.
Question. Do you find with some of the contracts you do bid on, are they IFB low bids, or some of them like RFPs with like invitation?
Say the first part again, the IFP.
So like sometimes, at least with the state and the contracting, there's some contracts go out where it's just whoever has the lowest bid gets the contract. And then other contracts where it's the best quality they look at stuff. So how do you find yourself in the other side of those contracts?
I've seen both. There was one that we bid on as a primary with, I'll just say it, the PA Turnpike, and we wanted to do their new revitalized photo book. I can't speak to everyone else's submissions. I can speak to ours, and ours was amazing, but ours was the cheapest one. And sometimes that is the way to get awards, but you have to remember, not all money is good money. So you have to remember to make sure that whatever that bare minimum is, that you can support yourself and your business and whatnot. Because working with the state and different entities, they don't see the hours that go into the work that you're performing with them. They know that this is the budget, this is the final product we need, and they don't really care about anything in the middle. And a lot of people, at least a lot of our primaries that I've spoken to, have some difficulty with their budget is coming to an end, but whatever state entity is still asking for this, that, and the third. But that budget is that budget, right? So there is that, and then there are $2 million one, that was, the primary who won that was based in New Hampshire. And like I said, originally they had a budget, and I believe that the state encouraged them to increase their budget. Like, I think they really liked what they had to offer, they really liked their plan, but they felt like that wasn't enough money. So that's how our particular piece of that went from 330 to 527. So it's just, I guess, a matter of what the needs are. And I mean, it's Penny. So Penny is a really big, I don't think they want the cheapest, right? They want to make sure that the person or the company that's going to be doing what they need to do for 4 years can do it. And the lowest bid is not going to work for that. So I've seen both, and I would say definitely be cognizant of where you fall in that grand scheme of things.
Also, follow with that too. Have you found, I know sometimes where prime contractors get subcontractors, right? And their contracts are off because maybe throughout the scope of a contract, maybe it's 3 years, right? And they've been waiting months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, and the prime contractor hasn't hit them up yet for that work, right? So you ever felt that maybe miscommunication where maybe a timeline when they want to use your services may not be in the beginning, maybe it's in the middle or end, or it's like, have you ever had some?
Yes. Thank you for bringing that up. I also wanted with that to say manage your expectation, because there are some businesses that are well off, and we've had primaries pay us our part, our portion in advance. And so what we'll do is we'll basically set them up as a retainer. We'll deduct money each month based off of what we're doing for them. And then we have some contractors or some primaries who, I don't want to say that they're like us because we're really, really small, but they're also trying to figure out how to work with the state. So they're like, we can't pay you until we get paid. And then there's also, based off of what you just mentioned, where you fall in their general timeline. So based off of whatever your business is, you might be needed well in the beginning, and so you'll get paid quickly, you'll get your work done, and you'll be over it. Or you might not get paid, and they might not need your services until the very end of your contract. So you have to kind of plan for that for your business. Same thing with Penny. Like we started, our contract officially started on June 1st. They wanted us to start producing websites, business cards, all these things immediately. We're not gonna see no money until the end of July, because 30 days and then they get paid, and I think 15 days is the goal. Like whenever the primary gets paid, they're supposed to pay their subcontractors within 15 days of that. But it varies. So sometimes you've got to pay well in advance. Sometimes they'll pay us, usually we do like a 50%, 25, 25. For something like Penny, we're going to do a month-to-month situation. So they're all very different. And so I say that to say, when you do get these contracts, ask those questions up front. Ask for a tentative timeline. Ask for what that payment schedule can look like. Because some businesses understand that they're working with a very small business and that money matters. And so really just having that candid conversation of, can we get like 25% up front because we got people we gotta bring on board, all those things. So have those candid conversations. Do not be afraid to talk to your primary, to your team, and figure that out, because there are plenty of options, and one size does not fit all. Are there any other questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would like to know, as far as your organization assists business owners with the paperwork to get certified for the state or the national.
I'm sorry, can you say that first part again?
That's what you assist with the paperwork. Get a company, single company, want to say, hey, could you assist me with the paperwork? Trying to get certified?
Our company does not, but what I can do, I didn't have printing capabilities, but I can give you a business card. I can give you the list that was consolidated for me from McNeese that basically said everything that we needed to cover all 3 of our certifications. And like I mentioned, most of it, you use it for one, you can use it for the next one. So I'll give you a card, and I can email it to you. I can email you that list. But on those websites, they're also going to say what is needed in order to get those certifications. And once you have that national one done, the state one will accept that national certificate, and you don't have to do as much paperwork for them.
Because I'm a veteran and also I'm a business owner as well.
Oh, SBA, because the veteran one is free for us. And you only have to renew that one every 3 years. So I don't know what the renewal process is for that, because I've only been with them until 2026, but I would definitely recommend that.
To this point, I can say that my office, I work for Bureau of Diversity Inclusion, Small Business Opportunities. We do help with that. So if you have questions about
That guy, everybody see him? The cool guy right there with the laptop? He can help you out.
I like that.
Does anyone else have any questions? All right, well, that's the end of my presentation. We have a booth right near the stairs. Feel free to grab some swag, grab some business cards. If you have any needs, website, business cards again, social media, anything like that, feel free to reach out to us. If you know someone who's looking for a part-time gig, some freelance work, you can also reach out to us for that as well. Thank you all for taking the time to sit with me today. Hopefully y'all learned something. My name's Victoria. I don't think I even said my name. Oh, we just assumed we thought it was Notoria. My name's Victoria, by the way. Yeah, I was just calling Notoria.
Did you have that?
Let me get one for drinks. I know. So, that was you. Oh, how much you just text you guys? I didn't send you that. I have one voucher. She's like, she did 1 year. I have no idea.
That's what they were saying. I'm calling Charlotte.
So I just sent her all your
Down at Charlotte.
like a black makeup. Like I was down there a couple weeks ago, and I was like, well, that's where I'm heading to. So
Well, you gotta get you this one, because I brought it right down.
my girlfriend. Is this your concrete? This is our general. That's about my car. Well, I follow you too. So I'm like, it's yours.
All of those
And
so much.
Expectation and evaluation, that's one. I tell you, I am not speaking engagement first day.
He works with the board. He was helping to carry this conversation.
so happy. That wasn't bad at all.
How did the presentation go?
It went really well.
Yeah, okay, first of all, you look amazing.
Yeah.
As always. Just always
Catch
smiling.
up. We never catch up. You're not being a doctor still.
touched and shit.
Trash. I'll say, are these trash? Do I throw this joint out? Dumbass.
Yo, I really go for this too. Those are not trash. These? I'm assuming that this. I know, I'm just picking this up. Where'd you find this at? I found it on our table. Are they trash?
Put that joint right there.
Huh? Put that over there. What is it? Card. And gang. Just put like documents right here. Bro, bring that trash can in here. Alright. I'm gonna go check it out. Bring it in here. Trash.
How is that dirty? You're just pushing the trash down. It's all bottom. Just put it down and everything. Bring it down.
Make sure you close the outlet ports.
Bro, but either way, RJ, enjoy your high school years, man.
Yeah, bro.
I love that shit.
I know that shit ends fast. Nah, you ain't get to experience this shit, bro. You ain't no shit. I'm going to hold on and try and get this.
At least you already got the feeling of getting a bitch from high school, because there's a lot of niggas that don't. So,
Chill, Brian.
chill, bro. He still got a year left. Brian still got a year left, my boy.
Before I tell him again, he gonna crack this. Me and Brian already got a scrap. I don't care.
I really want to talk.
What? Are y'all really running the 30? It's up to him, bro. I really want my credit, bro. For what? That nigga close, dude. So
I'm telling you, Brian can mix a little bit. He
bro, listen,
He cannot move. But he can't
He's
move.
not moving.
That's why I said he's not moving. But he can weave.
Bro,
Brian knows how to weave.
yeah, he's gonna.
If he counted
this shit, he's gonna weave that shit. And if he doesn't put me down, man, he's giving. I'm not gonna cry.
Okay, I'm not gonna say no, and I'm not gonna say yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say.
I'm saying, bro, this nigga doesn't
I
put
box
me
Brian.
down.
Brian beat me.
Bro, he doesn't put me down.
I box Brian. He beat me. Try to catch that. So
I try to catch him when I work. This is not cool.
what the fuck? Is that a cat?
It is a cat.
I'm so sorry. That is not a cat.
I'm so sorry. Keep going. Shouldn't have to go in the trash. Alright, bro. Is everything looking cool?
Everybody got the chair.
I'm pushing the chair, so look.
You got it, RJ. What's some calories?
Okay, we're just gonna leave this stuff here.
Bro, where is that old mature tone, bro?
Come on, bro. We got into the rules. Oh yeah. So yes, sir.
Dirty dog. might do that. I might do that, because I got some questions. But I want to see, I get a better view from back there. And from where they're sitting, they can see everybody from here. From that view. I might do that. Juneteenth.